NCC 2025. The Battle of Kings and Queens is going to begin this December. Let's check this out. Rihanna. A new era is coming, can you feel the vibe? Just kings and queens, yes, they are on the rise. December 15th to 21st, oh, don't play. At Pocket Lekki Chess Club where legends are made. At this NCC, only the fearless we rise. Ẹ bá mi sọ fún Tersee wípé only the fearless we rise. Triple A mi ńkọ́ o, only the fearless we rise. Odirovsky, bàbá ńlá, only the fearless we rise. Only Satemi sing, only the fearless we rise. Omo ẹ̀kún kẹ́ńkọ́, only the fearless we rise. Keyi Lucky Musa, only the fearless we rise. Ẹ sọ fún Jibo àtàbíọ́lá pé only the fearless we rise. NCC 2025. Aha, okay, only the fearless we rise. Chief Will, Domuwa. Aha, Ebo, only the fearless we rise.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Olanrewaju, popular known as Chief Wills, and we are back live and direct at Orchid Lekki, where the national chess championship is happening at the moment. It has been it's been a hot season, and a little bit of recap. To yesterday, where they had the round one of round two. We realized that in the female category, Abdusalam Azizat was able to demolish Belamo Jessica in a very fantastic opening. It was a beautiful game. And Onoja Yefu Joy was able to defeat Erabo Joy Felix in the round one game. Michael Bridget was able to defeat Ajibola Eunice. Of course, one called Michelle Chiamaka wasn't able to play yesterday because she just got back from the African Youth Chess Championship in the first round, so they came in very late. So, they had to rest and were able to play only the second round. They didn't play the first round, but their first round has been adjourned to their rest day, so they will be seeing their action live on Friday. We'll see it. It's gonna be fun. And same thing goes to Quick Pen also, who will be playing on that same Friday because our games are moved against Omoruyi Sandra. But Sulaiman Azumi was able to defeat Samson Peace. That was a beautiful game that we saw. Coming to round two. Round two result, I think the only way I can get this round two result, because it's not, interestingly, not being updated on the chess result server, so we'll have to rely on the Lichess result page, which let me just quickly switch to that right now to look at the results. We have Samson Peace being held to a draw. Holding Belema Jessica to a draw. The game was a gridlock. Sulaiman Azumi lost to Omoruyi Sandra. A pawn mate. It's so rare that we see pawn mates in chess events. Especially of this events of this kind of caliber. Apologies regarding that. Let me just quickly dash back here. Anyways, Michelle lost to Ajibola Eunice. I feel probably, just finishing one tournament. I feel the fatigue is already setting in at this moment.
She's young. She can handle.
She's young, of course, and she's young. She can probably handle it, right? What is it good? Michael Bridget was able to defeat Erabo Joy Felix in the second round, and the most interesting round was a game between Onoja Yefu and Abdusalam. Abdusalam was white, Onoja was black, and Yefu was completely crushing the game, and she, Drew, because of something that I was able to talk to her after the event, that what happened, and she said that there was a tournament that she played, um, and our opponent was repeating moves. Our opponent was the only one repeating the moves, right? And because of our opponent repeating moves, and she was doing something different, and they came to her and they said the position was a draw. That's it. That's repeated. And I had to explain what it means in that situation. When they say when you have a threefold repetition, that is, the position is repeating 3 times, then it's a draw. But when only one person is repeating moves, that's there is no draw in that kind of situation. No, none at all, right? So I had to explain it to her. So she said when our opponent was repeating moves, so she was scared that the position was going to be drawn. So she started making some, moves that she was not supposed to make, some pump pushes that she was scared, that thinking all those pump pushes will change the dynamics of the position. And psychologically from there, she was, even with this position right now, she's still winning. And but the fear of draw, and the moment her opponent offered the draw, she took it. Again, I was able to speak with a media spokesman yesterday, and that's Otsims Babatunde. And to the best of his knowledge as well, the Sophia rule still exists. Nobody can offer a draw. But of course, again, it's actually possible that there is a technical meeting that happened where there was a change in that. But so far so good. You cannot offer a draw. Nobody should accept any draw offer in this tournament. Anyways, now we are in round 3. And round 3, I believe, is started, of course, at the moment. And the pairings for round 3, and we'll be showing you right here on the screen. We are having Balogun Oluwafemi in the open section playing against FIDE Master Akinsheya Ajibola. International Master Odionai Koje is playing against FIDE Master Kigiga Bomo Lovek. These two one is a veteran, one is not a veteran. But when it comes to chess age, I think Bomo can be considered a veteran because this man has been playing chess for a very, very long time. And I think he has won the national championship like 4 times, I think, is it 4? I think 4 as well. Olisa Ten is saying he's there playing against Okikpo after a grueling grind, with the 2 bishops and 2 points against Ekoke Goodness yesterday. And now he's playing against Okikpo Bartolomeo, who also lost due to a B3 pawn push by Odorovsky yesterday. Let's see what's going to happen today. Kalistos in there playing against Ekoke Goodness. Ajibola Olanrewaju didn't start so well. He lost in the first round against the defending champion, a draw against Keiloki Musa, who is the lowest rated player in the event. And now he's going head to head with, I think I should put them as rivals. The rivalry has been for a long time right now because I've known them. Yes, it's always a fight. It's rather Ajibola Olanrewaju always wants to prove something. And let's see what's going to happen. And it's mainly white. Of course, we won't be seeing the Koli Zukatot. You might be seeing the Koli Zukatot. I won't be surprised. Most likely the Koli Zukatot. Okay, maybe. But I'm sure he's not going to do it. He's going to play the Queen's Gambit, mostly D4. And I'm even looking for a day that I'm going to see Ajibola Olanrewaju play E4. It has never happened. E4, C4, I've never seen him play.
No, he plays E4.
E4?
Yeah,
really? Probably when he's blooding you guys.
No, a lot in tournament games.
In tournament games, he played E4?
Yeah, he plays...
he plays E4?
Oh, maybe as black, sorry.
As black? No, as black, he plays these Skillman's... Is it Skillman's defense as black? Latvian Gambit sort of a thing. But if he plays E4... In fact, if he's planning to play E4 and he gets to the board, subconsciously he's going to play D4. that is a D4 player to the core. And finally, we have the game from the defending champion, Tersee, and he's going to be playing the lowest rated player, Keiloki Musa. And this is the battle of young bloods. Kei is also a younger blood. They have, of course, Kei is older, but it's still the battle of young bloods.
Yeah, I think they are the 2 youngest players in the tournament.
Yes, they are the 2 youngest players in the Opens.
Opens.
In the
Opens.
opens. In the opens. In the open section. And pairing for the female, we're having Onoja Yefo playing against Belemo Jessica. That's going to be fantastic. Knowing fully well that you cannot repeat, if you are repeating your own moves, I'm sure she's doing something different. I feel that knowledge is going to help her in this, this encounter. So she will not be scared of any repetition. Michael Bridget is playing against Fabiano Caraona Fangirl Azizat, who luckily escaped yesterday against Onoja. Yes, just like I said, I was explaining earlier why Onoja felt, she was scared of the draw, and she was scared of, anyways, it's just information. And Michelle, after the first loss yesterday, she should be well refreshed right now, playing against Joy Felix, and let's see what's going to happen there. Quick Pen is playing against Ajanwachukwu Eunice. This is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the tough matches of the round, because both of them, I think both of them are really strong players, so it will be nice to see how that turns out.
Yeah, beautiful. Solomon Azumi is going to be playing against the Iron Lady of Torishe Moa. And this is actually, I feel this will probably be one of the strongest matches in this round.
Yeah,
my opinion, actually.
Those two games will be tough.
It's going to be tough.
Quick Pen versus Eunice, and then Aisha Azumi versus Torisha.
Don't forget, we'll have to keep one keen eye on Bridget versus Fabiano Caruana Fangirl. Let's see what the girl's going to cook this time around. And the Fangirl is actually playing two blacks. She's playing black right now. She was two whites yesterday.
Yeah, two whites
so
yesterday.
Black today. So we'll see what happens. Finally, we have Samson Peace playing against Omorui Sandra. Yes, and that is it for the parents. And we go live and direct to the chessboard, where we quickly see, I think there is apologies, let me just quickly switch this to round 3, and we can quickly see the female games that have actually started. And this is the part where I'm going to leave this mouse of mine to my wonderful co-commentator in person of Noah Inona. The young man has been preparing for today. He actually went for some exercises early this morning, some jogging around, some weights lifting, some push-ups. Like, no, this battle today needs a lot of stamina to be able to commentate on it. But you're looking fresher. What's going on? Is it the gym, or is it the game, or is it Orchid Hospitality making you looking fresh and fresher like this?
Well, Orchid Hospitality, Indomie, and then Lacena bottled water.
Oh,
the combination of everything.
The combination of everything. A special shout out to the sponsors. Let's just quickly go to the sponsors page. A special shout out to Renaissance African Energy Company. Thank you for making this happen. Supporting chess, of course. One of your main goals is to have chess. Let me see. You're not just powering Nigeria's future with energy, you're also powering Nigeria's minds by supporting the National Chess Championship. Because the same strategic thinking that you guys have, wins on the board, is what drives innovation, leadership, industrial growth off the board. So, them joining, it's a fantastic innovation. Yeah. And we have in Zenith Bank, of course. Zenith. You have to be at your zenith when you're what? You
to be the champion.
To be the champion, you have to be at your zenith. That's it. That's a bar. Wait, that's a bar. We can put that on a rap bar. Come on. Maybe I'll take off composer and that one.
Yes. So, do they know that you are the one who produced the background soundtrack?
Yeah. Of course. I think the background soundtrack. There is this part of Chief Wills, Lemois. I was the one that actually voiced it, but the beat was gotten from this. There was a site that got the beat from Afrobeats, which was a very fantastic one. I'm sure. I think I'm going to. I'll share the name of the guy that actually did cook that beat. Mine was just lay the voice on it as easy peasy as it is, and the voice was cool, including the rap. I did the rap, and I did the Afrobeat. So, I'm multi-talented. It's not easy.
I absolutely agree.
You absolutely agree.
I absolutely agree.
I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
Chief Arbiter, streamer, rapper,
Afrobeat singer.
man,
But,
hype man. Also host events. So many good things. So many good things.
Actually, in the chess community, when I got into chess, I came in as a player. So I had to look at what are the things that are lacking at the national scale, and I started from PGN. Putting in PGNs,
okay, yes, I
recording,
remember that.
locking in games, and arbitration came in thanks to Pedal Chess Education Services when I was teaching chess in schools as a chess instructor. So I was arbitrating, the players playing. I had to learn the rules to understand when I tell them to share. And when we're preparing for tournament also, so they have to be like law ready so that they will not flaunt any rules and it will not go against them.
Yeah.
And we're cruising because we were able to win some tournaments back then. So that was what brought me into arbitration. And then, one that now what's it called, ginger the arbitration was I met an arbiter. I was playing in an event, and I was playing against one of my colleagues in that event. I think it was an MBL. I think it was on an MBL. So the arbiter came. My opponent touched the piece. I don't think it was an MBL. I thought it was Chevron. I can't remember the tournament vividly. My opponent touched this. It touched my coin.
Okay.
What? No, I'm sorry. It touched my pawn, rather. It touched my pawn. Unfortunately for him, his queen can capture the pawn.
Okay.
Do you understand? But touche, you touched it. So if you can capture it, then you have to capture. And it was only his queen that could capture, right? And I told him during the game, I was like, since he's my colleague, I'm like, that's touche. Actually, you can capture. You have to capture the pawn. But don't worry. Let's just play chess. Fair play kind of a thing. And, my opponent was like, no, what do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? I'm not obliged to capture the pawn. I'm like, no, if I want to insist, right, you have to capture the pawn. It's touche. It's what I even teach my kids. It's the FIDE laws. So, but don't worry, don't worry, just play anything you want to learn.
Paddy.
Now the next thing is the man insisted. Like, no, you cannot force me. I was like, oh, really? Oh, it has gotten to that? I will teach you. I was like, with confidence, I'm going to teach you today. You will learn. You will learn the hard way. Arbiter. Bust the clock. I called the arbiter. We explained this scenario for the arbiter. My opponent did not deny. He said yes, he did it. There was no action. He didn't even say, the ways some chess players do, they were like, no, I did not touch it. No, I just had it my queen. So it is now your word against mine. And that's, you play on. But he accepted the fact that he touched the pawn. And to my disbelief, the arbiter told me to play on without enforcing the rules. I was like, what? The psychology, in chess is so psychological that once that distraction comes, you will not get the game right anymore. I was like, no, what do you mean I should play on? This is a basic thing that an arbiter should know. And it was a titled arbiter. I don't want to mention this, I don't want to mention his title right now. I was like, no, this, and he was like, no, that if I keep if I don't want to agree that I want to start stir any trouble, he will send me out of the hall. I'm like, you are talking to a player like that? Because even the children that I arbitrate in schools, I talk to them with respect. So I don't expect otherwise at the professional level. I'm not like, you know what? I'm going to join the arbitration and I want to make a difference. That was the reason why. And I went cold hard into arbitration. Cold hard. And when I was going to do the training, I was now being trained by, I was first trained by international arbiter Eugene at the National Sports Festival in Co 2012. Right, that was the first arbitration training. And the next I was going to do was in 2017. Imagine that gap. And I've been officiating events, at my local level, but not at the FIDE level, all through those periods. And 2016, I got the breakthrough, Mr. Anyika, Prince Ajibola Anyika, who is now the vice president of the Nigerian Chess Federation. I started a tournament, Maxton Suit Blitz.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you play in that event? Oh, that was when you were a baby then. Oh, you're a baby chess player. Because then the likes of Odirovsky was the one cruising, Dakwado cruised the field. Mr. Odafe, Femua, I think was the very first winner of that event, actually. One of the first Blitz event. Many players, Ajibola also playing with Daniel Anwuli, Olakpibumi. Those are the people that were now playing the Blitz. Then we had like seven players that had Blitz rating in the whole Nigeria. And we had lots of fast players. So we started the tournament. He started the tournament. So I was now the tournament director, organizing the event. Fortunately for me, the chief arbiter of the event, in person of IA Obina Ogunaya, sometimes, he was not, he gave me a free hand to handle things. So because he was giving me the free hand, so I was able to exercise all the FIDE laws, ask questions, learn more before I now did the training on 2017. You understand? For 1 year, I was officiating events, at the background and understanding things, getting everything ready. And by the time I now did the 2017 of training FIDE Habitat seminar, I now learned everything I've been saying was exactly, something that you've not been taught, but it's just your own mindset. At the end of the day, it was exactly the way it's supposed to be. And a player must not be scared of an arbiter. It has to be like a customer care relationship, but that does not mean the arbiter must not enforce the rules. You don't shout on players. You have to respect them. You have to dance to their tunes. Although I've heard at one point or the other, where I heard, for example, there was a tournament where a player was supposed to use the digital board, and the digital board was not having the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, with no coordinates on it. And as an arbiter, as an arbiter, and as also a player, I was telling the player, like, what the player said, she is not comfortable with that board. I said, if you go to Olympiad, are you going to tell the Olympiad organizers that you're not comfortable with the board, digital board, that you're going to bring you a mat? Do you understand? Do you know what that means? But when I learned further, because I made sure the girl played on that board. But guess what? That decision was wrong. I was supposed to even look for a sticker and label the board because it is what the player wants. It is not against the rules. You have to make your players comfortable. So I've been learning, learning from the guys out there and doing a good job. And so I'm so happy and I'm so proud right now that even upcoming arbiters in Nigeria, they see me, they see my work ethic, and they want to, like, what I would like to do.
Let me just say something there. That actually Chief Wales, when he is the chief arbiter of an event, I just relax. I know that he's going to handle everything well. So he's, in my mind, the best arbiter out there. I'll just say it. So it's always nice when he's arbitrating an event. I just wanted to say that. You can.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the compliment. I really, really appreciate it. It goes a long way. So my take was, make the change. People meet up with that change, right? Because right now we now have some fantastic arbiters doing well. For example, I can mention some arbiters right now at the top of my head, like Boski is someone that can that's Mr. Dapo there. Yeah. We can look at him. He's also a player also, but his arbitration skills is top notch. You can look at Mide. Mide is just coming up, and his arbitration is already top notch. Yeah. We have this lady, Sheung, Mrs. Sheung. I'm trying to remember surname right now. Then Yemi Osundinakin over there, and all this thanks to the new dispensation of the Nigerian chess arbitration. The powers that be, international arbiter Amiso Omotayo, who you will always know after. International arbiter Amiso Omotayo is the very first arbiter that I saw that apologized to a player for a decision that she made that was wrong. It was like this. She made a decision, and the decision was wrong. She went back, realized the decision was wrong, immediately came back to the board, ignoring that she is the IA, ignoring her age. Because one thing I've noticed about elder people is they don't apologize. They will just come and pat you at the back of your head. They will just use one English to just, turn everything upside down. But she apologized. It's touched my soul. On the spot, even the player till today is always saying, no, that day she won my respect forever. I don't care, because I already know that whenever she wants to do something, if it is wrong, if she believes she erred, Once she's confirmed that she's coming immediately to correct that error. It's not like she will now, step on you. Oh no, she is so plain, very fair. Everybody that knows that, they know once she's there, you cannot do anything. You cannot do any. You can't collude. You can't do anything illegal. She stands by the law. You made this law, and she follows it through. That's Alaja for you.
Well, actually, today I've learned a few things. All these things you said about the board needing a sticker, trying to make sure that even if you are trying to explain something to the player, you don't shout down on the player. You don't, you show there's respect. There is, you do it with calmness. So
yeah,
it's very important. I've seen sometimes maybe an arbiter wants to say something and they start to raise their voice, affecting what you are playing psychologically, which can affect the game that you're playing.
Exactly.
So
it doesn't even have to affect you alone. What about the person beside you?
Yeah.
So even when players are even talking like, whisper, I can hear you, just whisper, I'm listening to you. Don't disturb the person beside.
Yeah.
Don't disturb the opponent, because some people actually do it, probably intentionally or some subconsciously. Some people have their voices are very. Me, my voice is very, very loud. But for me to whisper, I learned all these etiquettes with the organs that be. I'm looking forward out there, that I'll be able to go out there and probably officiate and world championships, this kind of thing. Thank you very much.
You're a fishy player,
but for now, another thing I have to look into is that I look at Nigerian chess again after arbitration got to a point. I'm like, what else is lacking? Media. I think I can proudly say I was one of the first people that actually brought quality pictures into Nigerian chess from the Masters of Bliss tournament. And guess who was taking the pictures then? The same guy that is doing the videos now. That's Guze Outward. That same young man, it's the same guy. He's the one that did pictures them. And those pictures of those Masters Bliss tournament, today they are still evergreen. Wonderful. Because Nigerian chess tournament, you just do it. It's more like they do it under the rock. Nobody knows, no publicity, nothing. We try to get that out there. The streaming now came. Or what else? Let's stream this. Videos, create content for Nigerian chess, analysis. Do some things, bring news. No, like that. So the thing is, so our viewers out there, if there is a lack that you see, that you can feel, please do it. Please do it. It's going to be fantastic. And look at it. Thanks to the stream right now, who would have known Olanrewaju as a very good analyst on the chessboard? We know him as a good instructor, but to the world, they will not know. It's very solid. In fact, I can guarantee it can sit side by side with the likes of Grandmaster David Howell, Judith Polgar, and they can talk chess. I can guarantee. I'm not the kind of person that will say one child is a prodigy just because the child is beating some under 200 rated players somewhere. Because when I say this, trust me. But I know it will be very humble to say he cannot speak where the grandmasters are speaking. But I can guarantee you are so articulate that you will do well amongst those peers. And don't worry, don't be surprised. With this streaming, we'll probably stream the African individuals. We might do it. We might be called to come and even join the stream of Let's Conquer Africa first, then we can start talking about the world. Yeah, in my own opinion. Okay, so let's quickly dive into the game. Sorry about the gist that was going on the backside there. And which game should we start with? Should we start with the ladies, Pelemo Jessica? The game has gone so far. Let's just take it in that order, and I'll leave the mouse to you as fast as I can.
Yeah, we'll try to delve into the openings that they played together and try to maybe understand a few things. We can discuss, some ideas why someone chose this move instead of that move, this line instead of that line. Let's try to delve into it together. Onoja Yefo playing white plays c4. I'm guessing that a lot of this in the national championship, a lot of these games they try to surprise their opponent. So I'm not really sure. I've seen Yefo playing a lot of c4s, but probably she and her coach decided that this is what they will play against Pelemo Jessica. and nf6 was played. Pawn to d4, pawn to c6, trying to play for the Slav. Like I mentioned yesterday, if you play, let's say, direct d5, your opponent always has this idea, let's say, of maybe, and then later playing for the move pawn to e4, and the pawns start to chase the pieces away from the center. White has a mobile central, pawn mass, and these pawns will completely dominate the center of the board. So that is why, first of all, you want to play pawn to c6 before. I'm not really sure how my arrows are doing this to me. Before playing the move pawn to d5. All right, so pawn to c6, and then we transpose into a Slav setup. Yesterday we saw some games in the exchange Slav. Yunis was able to beat Chiamaka in the exchange Slav with white. Abdurrahman was able to beat FM Kalistos with white in the Slav, in the exchange Slav, just like this. So we have another exchange Slav, but with a twist. This is the first time I'm seeing the move pawn to e3. Usually you play the move bishop to f4. Like we saw, the bishop controls some squares. You are trying to play a quick rook b1, queen b3, and trying to put pressure on black's queen side. This move prevents a lot of ideas. Your opponent can play queen to c7. Your opponent can play rook to d8 to protect the pawn. So it's always very, this bishop is really strong on this diagonal. But the move e3, I have to say that I am not used to this. This is a bit strange to me. Move e3, but okay. Okay, I would have expected that Paloma Jessica would also play bishop f5, but instead she mirrors our opponent. a3 is played, bishop d6, bishop d3, a6. Wow, these are all these are nuances that are beyond me. Okay, so I'm guessing that the reason is that, for instance, I know that a lot of people in Nigerian chess, they don't like to castle early. Like, they don't like to castle immediately because they always feel like if they castle, now my opponent knows where I've castled and he will be ready to attack me. But the truth is that in this kind of position, it's so difficult for your opponent to attack your king. So it's not really clear why you would delay castling. So just once you have, developed your king side, you can't see, like, it's not like there is any hook to use to attack your king. Just castle your king to safety. The king castling, it makes the king safe. It also brings the rook into the game. So it's not really clear why you would delay castling. So queen e2, bishop d7. Finally, after white castles, black also decided that, okay, it's time for me to castle my king. e4 is played, d times e4, knight times e4, knight times e4, queen e4. Always interesting to threaten mate in one.
You just have praying, God. Who they marry?
The thing is that there are so many ways. There are maybe like two ways to block the checkmate. There is f5. There's f5 and there's g6. So here the problem is that if you play f5, maybe your opponent just brings the queen here, and this pawn might turn out to be weak. On this pawn on e6 might turn out to be weak. Maybe bishop g5 and then rook e1, putting pressure on the pawn on putting pressure on the pawn on e6. So that is why g6 is played, and with g6, black played bishop h6, rook e1, and then knight g5, trying to create some threats on the king side. There are some interesting ideas. The first thing that comes to my mind is the move knight e7 with the idea of knight f5.
f5, so trace the bishop away from there.
Yeah, and then
that's like trapping the bishop. But once knight e7 comes, of course, knight has to run away so that the bishop can run back.
Yeah. So Yeah, okay. So that's the first move that is that occurs to me. Of course, we have to calculate the move um, queen captures on b7. However,
but won't that allow rook in?
yeah, that allows a lot of things. It allows bishop c6. It allows
Yes.
rook b8. But one has to be careful. But that's just the first thing that comes to my mind. This this move knight e7. Just defending against any threat, and it seems like maybe we can even sacrifice the pawn. I don't see why we can't sacrifice the pawn. I'm beginning to like the idea of bishop to c6 actually. Bishop c6. I'm not sure where is the queen going to.
The only move looks like b3. That's the move.
b3, and then maybe
Rook in there immediately.
another tempo or bishop here too.
Bishop there looks good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bishop
agree.
here, so some ideas, maybe even knight here, depending on what's happening. Yeah, it looks. I like the position for black, actually.
Those two bishops are monstrous. What's that?
Yeah.
That bishop on h6 is just.
Yeah, it creates an odd impression. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Okay, but all right. So we would wait and see what. We'll wait to see what. to see what Pelomo Jessica will come up with. If she doesn't get too scared of anything and of giving up the pawn, maybe she would consider knight e7. That's the first move on my mind. Maybe there are other moves that also are good. Maybe e5 is also good. What about e5? Yeah?
The problem I'm looking at e5 is just ignoring it and playing d5.
Yeah, but the problem is that there is bishop f5 and a few other things.
Yeah, so what's after e5, bishop f5.
First of all, there is knight d4. The knight is so strong on d4. There is also bishop f5.
Okay. I think you have a point there.
Yeah, first, let's say knight
But
here.
bishop f5.
Yeah, e5 also looks so good. It looks. I'm not so sure.
Bishop f5, queen h4.
Queen h4.
Are we making sense?
Is that not a free bishop?
Bishop takes.
Oh, okay. There is a.
Bishop takes knight. And now the problem
No,
is.
but this is a free.
Yes, pawn takes knight first.
But then there is bishop
Yes.
takes d1.
Yes. The bishop takes d1, yes. Do we have anything reasonable with bishop to
Okay,
to
G7.
no, not g7, to f8 immediately? Does
But
it work?
the king can take.
Knight takes bishop by there does not work anymore, right? Queen takes pawn. Do we have a mate? No.
Queen f6. I think just guards against. Or queen times g5 actually.
No, sorry. Sorry, just go back. That was okay. Probably your bishop g7, then it works. Then
Let's see.
can it work? Bishop g7, will it work?
Bishop g7. But doesn't the king escape?
That's what I'm looking at. Queen takes, king takes, queen takes pawn check. Then what is he going to?
King f6.
That would be too much. Knight check.
No, that's just
No.
the king runs.
So wait, is it enough? Even with the queen takes pawn, it's not enough.
Queen takes pawn, queen takes g5. I don't see how we continue. I don't see how we
I
continue.
can't see how it's doing.
We've given up.
a lot to get nothing.
So,
That would be ridiculous. Anyways,
so two moves that we are considering: e5,
E5.
and knight e7. Those are the two moves.
I think a5 is good.
e5. Yeah.
E5 should be good. That way, you force the pawn exchange one way or the other. You clear the road for the bishop to come out to a5, to come out, do some things, and Yeah, it's a very good question. E5 is a very good question. That's how Triple A will say it. Triple A say, you're asking questions. You know, how do you respond to this?
Yeah, the thing is that, I mean, for me here, I would probably just have to calculate a lot and try to make sure that there is actually no, ideas of checkmating, like with the way Chief Wales has mentioned, with move Queen H4. But once we see that there is nothing, so we just have to evaluate it correctly. So either it's between E5 and knight E7. Those are the two candidate moves that are kind of interesting right now. So we wait to see what Black will play.
Yeah.
So let's quickly move to another game between Michael Bridget and Abdusalam Azizat, aka Fabiano Caruana fan girl.
I think we should tag Farah Caruana. They just tag them together, It's gonna be interesting.
I wonder how much material of Fabiano Caruana she takes, because let me see her opening. Okay, so usually Fabiano is well known to play the Archangel against E4, so against Roy Lopez. Once in a while, he dabbles into the Karukan, but it seems like Abdusalam Azizat plays the Karukan as a main opening. I happen to be one of those people who play the Karukan for a living. That's how I feed my family, with the Karukan. Anytime, I just go to a tournament and they play E4 like this, and all my opponents play E4, I always feel like, yes, I know my family is going to, be well fed this month. So the Karukan is a nice opening to learn.
Hold on a second. For those that are asking when the prediction is closing, for today it's closing at exactly 10 a.m. Yes, continue predicting. You have 10 a.m. That will stop. Thank you. Continue. Thank you.
No, should we give them to 10:30? I feel like the games are going to be.
No, we've started since. See, people having. If you check the charts, I'm trying to check the charts right now. Sorry. Since. How many? Since. See, Kere came in and dropped his own prediction as fast as possible. So that was a long time ago.
Let's give them to 10:15. Let's give them to
10:15. Okay. Well, you heard it. You heard it on live stream. Closes 10:15. But we have to even calculate those that even won yesterday. We'll do that. We'll do that today. Don't worry. We'll mention the names of the winners. If you feel you win, you can do the calculation yourself. If you feel you win, please just send it to us, and we'll just confirm, and we'll make it happen. Yeah, thank you very much. So let's go ahead with the stream, please. Thank you.
All right. So D5, knight D2. There are three main moves here for white. There is E5, trying to close the position. Leads to an advanced Karukan. That's one way. There is ED5, which is the exchange variation, and there is finally this move, either knight to C3 or knight to, I'm sorry about my arrows, knight to C3 or knight to D2. So those are the three main ideas for white here. Of course, there are many other sublines, sidelines. There's F3, there's bishop D3, there are so many other things, but those are the three main moves. All right. Knight D2 is played, D4, knight E4, bishop F5. I personally prefer knight F6. This was the move I used to play when I was a bit younger, bishop F5. But I'm an old man now. I play knight F6. Yeah, I'm an old man. So bishop F5, knight G3, bishop G6, knight F3. Here, in fact, there is a tiny story here. After working a little bit on chess, I came up with this move, knight F6, with the idea that if your opponent plays the move H4, I play the move knight H5 here. And, I was so happy when I came up with this move, only for me to go check the database and see that, in fact, thousands of games have been played. I thought I had discovered something, a new idea in
novelty.
Just terrible. Well, I actually won a nice game in an E4 Genius tournament with that idea. Knight here, E4.
You played E4 Genius. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. That's special shout outs to Abel Soyoye and Mandy Soyoye. Those were the brains behind that
The-
E4 genius. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, so, well, here, opponent played e6. And then after pawn to h4, pawn to h6. So this one, sorry, excuse me. This was what I was trying to avoid when I came up with this move, knight f6. I was hoping that I would not need to be playing the move pawn to h6. You know, kind of wasted a tempo on making sure to secure this bishop. Yeah, so I wanted to play knight h5. But okay, h4, h6 is actually very standard. There's nothing terrible about it. Captures, queen captures, and then bishop d6. All right, knight e4. Yeah, I'm a bit confused by bishop d6. Normally, because of how important this bishop is, you want to start by playing knight e4, knight f6, controlling this e4 square, so that if this knight ever comes, you can exchange it before now bringing the bishop here. But Abdusalam Azizat goes her own way. But the knight comes into the center with tempo. So now the bishop had to just retreat a bit, and I would think that white is slightly better here. Maybe bishop d2. I would also have considered the move bishop f4. I think it's also worth considering. But bishop d2, knight f6, and castle's long. I think I like Michael Bridges' position. Knight d7, king b1, standard, knight f6, queen f6, and then queen e2. Queen c7, knight e5, bishop d6. Abdusalam Azizat is taking a bit of time deciding where she wants to put her king. I suspect she's going to castle queenside. Okay, bishop d6, bishop e7, and then the move knight d5. So knight d5 is directed against bishop f4. Michael Bridget played g6, threatening to bring g3.
G3, okay.
Threatening to bring the bishop to f4. But Abdusalam Azizat plays knight d5, controlling this f4 square, and rook h1. Finally, castles happened.
After how many moves?
By move 19, finally black decided to castle b6. I like the way Michael Bridget is playing, just trying to provoke some weaknesses here and there. And queen f3, bishop c1, and this is the current position
We
that
should,
we have.
I
on
think
our screen.
we should always try to remember that Michael Bridget is very formidable chess opponent. And remember, she came fourth. Was it third at the African Individual Chess Championship?
Oh yeah. She did really
She's
well.
a
I can't
medalist. She's a
remember
medalist. She
how-
was a medalist. Either she got a bronze medal, she got a silver medal. You know, she's a very, very tough opponent when she's in her game, when she's in her element. And we are seeing some of this play out right now over here.
Yeah. So generally, I consider White's position to be more pleasant to play. The rooks are in the game. The queen has some pressure. The knight is in the center. Maybe at some point, you might consider moving this knight somewhere so that you can play the move pawn to c4, kicking this knight away from the center. Maybe knight e5 will be considered with the idea of pawn to c4, kicking the knight from the center. So that's the current position in the game. Michael Bridget versus Fabiano Caruana Fangirl. So we have the AYCC under 12 women's champion Owanko Michelle Chiamaka playing against Erabo Joy Felix. Erabo Joy Felix is a really, really solid player. And I saw her first maybe like some years ago, maybe like 5 years ago, and I thought, amazing the way she's playing. But I'm not so sure how much she still likes to work on chess. But I remember seeing it then and I thought, this is really fantastic. So let's check out a game. d4, nf6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. The Nimzo Indian. a3, bishop captures, b captures, pawn to b6. So generally the ideas here for Black is that she wants to play maybe moves like bishop a6, knight c6 to a4. Now that you have doubled these pawns on the queen side, you want to kind of put pressure on the pawns. So knight c6 and knight to a5. And the bishop puts pressure on it. The bishop from here puts pressure on this pawn. And then the knight from here would also put pressure on the pawn. So those are the ideas for black. White, on the other hand, will try to play for a kingside attack and usually has ideas of playing even rook a2, pawn to e4 at some point, not immediately of course, and trying to create some threats on the king side, maybe f3, g4, bishop g2, bishop d3, knight e2, knight g3, and all those kind of things, the queen, and then just try to create some attack on the king side. So it's always very double-edged because one person is playing on the king side and the other person is trying to put pressure on this pawn on c4. e3 played by Chiamaka, bishop b7, f3, knight h4, queen c2, getting ready to meet queen g3 with g3, I believe, so that queen h4 with g3, so that this knight captures can be met by. Oh wait, am I wrong? I thought the idea was to meet it with this, but it seems I am mistaken. Let me see.
Why are you mistaken? Why is it a wrong idea?
No, because of knight f5, like queen h4. I thought the idea was to meet it with. Sorry, I thought the idea was to meet knight captures with queen f2, but there is knight f5.
So there's queen knight f5, so that's
yeah. So but you don't want to exchange queens. Okay,
you don't want
so
to exchange queens, so that's
no, but but in this position, I thought you would not want to exchange queens because you want to play for an attack against your opponent's king. Like you want to play for an attack.
Who wants to play for an attack? White.
White wants to play for an attack.
And now
so,
black is ready to exchange the coins.
Yes,
so you don't want him to exchange the coins.
Exactly. So I'm completely confused that you are allowing the exchange of queens. I would think that whatever you do, you will just not allow the exchange of queens.
So what happened? Did the exchange of queens come true? Yes,
it did. I'm shocked. So knight h4. Wow. Okay. I mean, knight h4 was played.
That's the white. Now it's looking like it's the black's advantage.
Well, yes. So generally, I would expect maybe some moves. For example, f5, maybe just to gain some space and make sure that if white ever plays e4, you can always capture.
Take it and you have your semi-open file on the king side.
Okay, and actually that has been played. And then you try to follow it up by maybe even playing c5. The reason is because maybe you don't want this pawn to go forward.
Even go forward one step. Yeah.
So, and then you now put pressure on this pawn on c4 with bishop a6, knight c6, and
with the idea of knight a5.
And then you put maximum pressure on this pawn, and it's difficult to defend the pawn.
Max pressure.
And even sometimes with the rook, after you played with pawn to c5 and not this rook, maybe this rook,
to see it.
And then you would always be able to capture and expose some pressure on this pawn
on the same c4. So the c4 pawn is in trouble. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, the c4 pawn, maybe as fast as possible now you should try to play the move. Or what do you think? You try to play the move pawn to c5 at some point, maybe even a4.
Probably a4, e5.
a4, yes. a4.
I mean a4.
Yeah. a5, and
a4,
then maybe pawn to c5.
Pawn to c5, yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe something like this. But okay, I generally slightly prefer black
here. Yeah.
Because it's easier to find a plan for black. I'm not so sure I can easily see the plan for white. Okay.
We still have a special shout out to GM Jayon. The way we have lots of GMs in Nigerian username space when it comes to chess. It's no one would have known that we don't have a grandmaster yet in West Africa, not alone Nigeria. And why everybody's having GMs to their names. GM J1. Good to have you here, GM J1. I'm the Brave Dave. Thank you very much for joining. The Brave Dave has been wonderful. You've just been a top one fan. And we have blah blah blah. Thanks came to drop a prediction. Guziat Ward, thank you very much. We give you a special shout out there. And for everybody that is watching, please say hi, and we can give you a special shout out. Never give up. Never give up. Thank you very much. And they are actually saying there's something going on with Bomo and Odion's board. So we won't have to dash there very soon, but at least let us finish from the female, and we can quickly go to the male. Let's just skim through as fast as we can.
So let's quickly dive into this female game. We have the fourth one, which is between the famous Deborah Quickpen WCM versus Ajibola Eunice, who I think is on 2 out of 2, and she's playing with the black pieces against Quickpen. So we would quickly check out this game. This is.
And let me use that button to take the camera and put it on Bomo's game before we get there. Yeah.
All right. So here, the Sicilian has been played. Knight F3, A6, the O'Kelly Sicilian. C4, I talked about this yesterday. If you had watched the stream, I said there are like 2 main responses to this move. C3, with the idea of pawn to D4. And we also have the move C4, just clamping down on this D5 square. Okay, so C4 is played, knight C6, D4, C4, knight D4, and knight F6, knight C3, E5, and we have the move knight C2. So that's interesting. The first thing I would have considered would be the move knight F5, but I believe probably she had some doubts about the move bishop b4. I actually do not know the theory of this line so much. So knight to c2. The experts in this line are FM Ajibola Olanrewaju, FM Abdurrahman, and yeah, those are the 2 main experts in this line as black and as white. Okay, bishop e7 is played, bishop e3, castles, f3. I would have thought bishop e2 would be easier. It develops and gets ready to castle. But f3, knight d5 is played. So it seems like Quickpen had a specific idea. Knight b4, queen a5, and knight d3. Wow. Wow. Captures, and black is up a pawn. Yeah, I felt like castling it was important to castle here, but okay. Knight a4, so up a pawn and trying to consolidate, but it's still not easy. White has some space, so it still needs to. Even if you're up end material, you still need to get your pieces into the game. So. Yes, so I would have even considered the move pawn to b5 here, trying to, get my bishop in and try to get the rook to the c file. Okay, so knight a4 and then pawn to b5. All right, very good in the spirit. Bishop is coming to b7, rook is coming to c8, and I think white is in a bit of trouble here. All right, let's go through the game between Sulaiman Azumi Aisha versus Ofo-Mio Tersee, who is the defending champion. D4, D5, NF3, NF6. So it's a bit of a cold opening, bishop G4. So like I said yesterday and a few times, when these bishops come out early, there are 2 ways to try to take advantage. You can try to play H3, G4, and then try to get the 2 bishops, for example. And with something like this, white would always have the 2 bishops. So let's just make a move to illustrate what I'm saying. um, let's say knight f7. Let's just say knight f7 takes, and then you can see that white will have the two bishops. But the other way is to play c4 and try to put pressure on this pawn that has been left undefended because of the bishop's travel to g4. Pawn to c6, queen b3, queen b6, captures, knight e5. All standard. Pawn to e6, h6, and this is the current position. I actually have a preference for slightly black in this position, because I wouldn't have captured on b6 so early in the game. But okay, this is the current position. Finally, we have the game between Olanrewaju Sandra versus Samson Peace. Before we get to the male section, let's check out this last game. e4, c5, knight f3, d6. It's a standard Sicilian position. And h3. h3 is a move I've been playing a lot. h3 is a move I've been playing a lot. Ideas of controlling g4, getting ready to play pawn to g4, maybe bishop to g2. I've been playing this weird little system where h3 has been played. Apart from the fact that I have ideas of g4, sometimes I also have ideas of knight here, knight f1, and then knight e3, getting my knights to this wonderful d5 square. There are so many interesting ideas in the h3 line. It's always worth studying. There are many ways to play it, many different ideas you can come up with. So it's a line I think people should really check out. h3 against the Sicilian. Najov, e6, bishop d3, bishop e3, and well, this is already a bit, for me, it's not immediately clear why white decided to voluntarily remove his knight from the center of the board. Seems like the knight was not doing a bad job there. So thankfully, Chief Wales has helped us to get a camera angle on the game between Olanrewaju and Ajibola. So this is the final moment of us looking at the female section before we quickly dive into what's happening in the games of the male. How is the situation like in the hall? How's the tension?
Tense. Most of the players are standing, looking at themselves, looking at each other's games. I feel okay. Say now. I feel it's just I just sometimes saying just walking up the spine. What's going on the likes of Tersee's board, like what's going on here. I actually don't know why. And they were also looking at Femi Balogun's board. I think the board is so interesting such that they have to go check, like, is this really, really happening? And we can actually just check and see what's up at the moment.
Yeah. So let's quickly go into this hot game between Olanrewaju versus FM Kigiabomo. Hearing that it's the board is on fire and like 2 or 3 of the boards in the male section. So let's quickly check out. So London, no surprise there.
No surprise there. It has to be London. It must be London.
If you are playing against Olanrewaju and you are not seeing the London, it's probably a clone. Yeah. So G4, the London, and Queen B6. So FM Kigia has come up with a very specific idea. A quick C6 with the idea of, I always tell you, once this bishop leaves this diagonal and this pawn is hanging, there are 2 main ways to take advantage. To quickly attack the B2 pawn or to go after the bishop. So we talked about that just now. Queen C1 was played. D6, blunting the eye of this bishop a little bit. Maybe he has ideas of playing G6 and bishop G7. We'll see how that develops. H3, trying to say that if I play e3, I know what you want to do. You want to play knight h5 and get my bishop. You know, h6 will be played, g5,
and now snap on the bishop. Mission accomplished.
Although, of course, you don't have to do it immediately. You can even still pretend as if you are not even interested in the bishop. You're just looking at it with one eye. So now you know why the idea behind d6, it was to prevent the bishop from having this e5 square. So now, after that, you are black is ready to get the bishop. So, of course, before playing the move pawn to e3, white started with the move pawn to h3, but Bobo just played pawn to c5. It seems like it's either he's still in some prep or something like that, because he played it so fast.
But actually somebody said it was a prep.
Yeah, it seems like he has some preparation here.
Because you wouldn't have thought about it. Playing c6 before, and then now playing c5.
Yeah.
In less than how many moves? 4 or 5 moves?
And his time situation, you know, is saying that he came up with this. He had, you know, it was something he had prepared from home.
But wait, let us look at from after that d6.
Okay.
What was the time? What was the time difference? No, for Odirov. When did Odirov take a little bit of time?
Okay. I think it was when
he played c6.
Okay, probably he didn't even start with
on time. Okay, so after c6.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I think he was playing it very fast.
So d6 was the first moment where he thought a bit, trying to prevent his opponent from.
Yeah. So d6 actually took some time. So that's like probably new. I'm sure he's going to explain to us when probably.
Yeah.
That's provided.
Who wins the game?
Provided wins the game.
c5, e3, knight c6, putting more pressure on this d4 pawn. c6, captures, and e5.
On the board.
One of
straight up.
So in these positions, there are actually a lot of times when this kind of move is played, and the idea is that usually you want to put pressure on this f2 pawn. You know, sometimes you want to put pressure on the f2 pawn, sometimes you want to quickly make use of this e5 that might open up. So here takes
bishop takes bishop c5.
Yeah, putting pressure
on that f7 that you're talking about, and castling
in a lot of these London positions, you have this kind of pressure here
on the f2 pawn.
Yeah. So bishop d4.
Castles. Was to quickly mount on their king in the center. So
here we'll notice that even despite all this, we will see that Bomo's time is still saying 128. So that means that he's
blitzing it.
Yeah, he's still very much in prep. You know, so he castles because he could have tried. You know, one of the things you'll have probably thought about is, can I win my pawn back? You know, with bishop time, but he doesn't even want to win his pawn back. So that means he has some specific ideas. And the black king, the white king is still in the center. So this is a bit dangerous, very dangerous.
Bishop out.
So here, Odion, I believe, is already saying, in fact, I'm not interested in castling anymore.
I'll just move the king.
Yeah, to f1.
F1, king to g2, king to g1.
Rook e1, king f1. Already showing that you know, he understands that maybe he has been out prepared, and you know, Odion is a very practical guy.
Yeah, what's scatter like? Okay, fine. I'm being outplayed. Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
let us do something that's probably new, and let's see how you come up with something.
But the position is obviously worse for white because apart from the fact that black has regained his pawn, has regained his pawn
with and a massive development.
Pieces,
active pieces.
Yeah, and also the king is
restricting even the rook.
Yes, it's not great. It's not good.
The rook has no squares.
So this opening preparation is fantastic. It's just fantastic. So queen c3, trying to struggle to exchange queens.
Of course.
I understand that I'm worse, but if I can exchange queens, I can survive.
Yes.
So here, queen captures on c3 would not be advisable.
Yeah, exactly.
Except you find a tactical move that just wins the game on the spot, then you don't want to exchange queens in a position like this. Because your opponent will just play g3,
king g2, rook out, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So you don't want to do this. The king is in danger on F1. You just want to keep queens on the board, keep the pressure on.
Yeah.
So
queen
queen
D6.
D6.
I was calculating queen D6.
Yeah. Knight A3, and then a quick bishop E6.
Again, saying that apart from even doubling the rooks, I mean putting the rook on D8
or C.
He's saying don't move that rook from A1. Just keep it one small eye on that pawn
on the pawn on A2. Yeah. Although you have to be careful, so that.
That's why I'm just keeping one eye. It's not going.
It's not the full eye.
It's not going out because the pawn on A2. Remember, even with the pawn on A2, you don't want to push the pawn to B3.
Yeah.
Because your knight on the rim is also being attacked by the queen.
Exactly. So knight B5.
Of course.
Played.
Of course, Marcos.
Queen B6. Queen F4 has some interesting ideas, like rook here, rook captures on D3, queen captures, and then bishop.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna be like.
But also, in the case where white wants to develop his last rook by playing the move G3 and King G2, but with but that's not good.
That's not how that would be good.
Because G3, like Queen F3 was what I thought was his idea, but Queen F3 is not good because of bishop captures on H7.
Yes, bishop captures on H7. That's going to be.
So where does he want to put his queen? That's interesting. Okay, so let's see. Queen C1 is played trying to exchange queen. There has to be a reason why he chose F4 because I feel like he will have anticipated G3. So he must have had a reason why he felt this is fine.
If G3, let's not forget that there is this funny knight C7 trend.
Okay. Well, knight C7 might not be so much because of rook C1. Pinning the knight.
Okay, temporarily. It's not that much of a threat. So the queen is going where now?
Yeah, okay. I just realized that maybe it doesn't matter because let's even say queen G6. There's always the move bishop D5. So you're not even really.
Yeah, it's forces F3.
Yeah.
You don't want to put those 3 pawns
No. That's not how you were taught to put your pawns in front of the king. So Queen C1 played trying as much as possible. You can see black is trying as much as possible to exchange queens. White is saying no. I don't want to exchange queens. So Queen H4. All that remains now is for this rook to get into the game, and I feel like we might, it's the only thing here is black is much better. It's just about if white can find resources to stay afloat. But I think black is just much better. This has been fantastic preparation by Bomo. Fantastic preparation and
delivery.
Yes. We wait to see the delivery.
Then we have to see the final delivery. But it's going on well. The journey is going smoothly. And look at him alone. Oh, but what just happened? The camera. Okay, he is alone on the board, thinking, and scratching his head, like what's going on here?
Yeah.
How do I get myself out of this trouble?
So let's see the game between Femi Balogun versus FM Akisheya Abiola.
They are teammates of Oyo State, right?
Yes. And they have played many games.
Many games.
Over the years.
Many games.
Big rivals, played a lot of games. It's always a fight. So let's quickly check out what happened. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5. Yesterday we saw Akisheya with the white pieces with the Roy Lopez. Now he's the one playing with the black pieces, defending
the Roy Lopez. Let's see what he has. I'll probably go Berlin because he's a solid chess player. So I won't.
So for now it's tiny. But let's see what it does. Bishop E7, D3. So we're talking about this, and we're saying I said, and I think Akisheya confirmed that his reason. Let's go back a bit. His reason for playing D3 yesterday is that he wanted to avoid his opponent playing the open Roy Lopez, which starts with knight captures E4. Yeah, which can be sharp. It's a lot of theory and stuff like that. But by playing D3, he avoided that. But Femi says, no, I'm not. If you like, you can play the open Roy Lopez if you want to.
I'm ready.
Exactly. After bishop e7, it seems like for some reason he changed his mind again and went for d3. Like so there are many moves here. There's rook e1. There's and there's d3. Okay, d3 is played. But also, there is a reason. There are some reasons why maybe you don't want to play d3 early. So if you play d3 early, sometimes your opponent can play the move bishop c5. Yeah, and then see that you didn't play c3 d4. So I'm good with bishop on c5. But when you play castles and your opponent doesn't play, the open Roy Lopez doesn't play all those options and goes for bishop e7, sometimes you can just say, okay. In fact, I've tricked you a little bit. Your bishop is not on c5. I'll still play my quiet d3 Roy Lopez. So b5 is played, bishop b3, and then d6. Once a white player sees d6 on the board, he knows that the next idea is that, okay, the pawn is now defending this pawn on e5. My opponent is actually trying to go for my bishop on b3 with the move knight a5. So that is why white usually plays a3 or c3, or even maybe a4, trying to make sure that as long as this knight is here, I have some retreat squares. Femi chose the move c3. Castles was played. Rook e1, knight a5, bishop to c2, the promised retreat square. c5, and then there is a standard Roy Lopez maneuver, knight d2, knight f1, knight g3. Sorry about my terrible arrows, knight f1, and then knight g3. So I believe both of them have played this position a few times because they both got here with so much time on their clock. h3 is played, and d4, knight c6, pawn to d5, gaining some space. Usually, if the knight goes to a5, it doesn't have any good squares per se. Knight here is not good, and the knight on b7 is not good. So that is why usually black brings the knight to b8, getting ideas of bringing it to d7. So knight b8 is played, a4, bishop b7. So bishop b7, b4, and knight d7, bishop e3. That's interesting.
Hitting on h6?
h6, king h7.
Pawn takes, rook takes, queen takes. Attacking the pawn with the threat of rook to a1.
Yes. However, what do you do about knight to c4? I understand that this pawn is hanging, but this bishop is
not hanging.
Oh.
The bishop is not hanging.
No. So my idea was that I don't mind giving you the pawn.
Takes.
Because of.
You want to take the bishop?
I'm going to take the bishop. However,
rook takes.
The structure is actually very okay for knight d2, knight to come to c4. The bishop on f8 is not as powerful because it's blocked by its own pawn.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I think queen b2 is good. It seems this position is hanging in the is in kind of balanced. I feel like all right. Let's check out the other games. Olisa Tennyson and Ohipo Bartholomew. Both of them are.
They're still in the opening phase.
Yeah. Yes, but they are both fighting players.
Of course.
They're both fighting players.
Of course.
C4, no surprise. C6, leading into a Slav-like position. Knight C3. This system, I think I was one of the people that started playing it a lot as white in like Nigerian chess, and then young GM Ajibola Oshufoyi started playing it a lot, and then also Tennyson started playing it a lot, and a few other people started playing it. Tersee, national champion, plays it a whole lot. Oluwase Femi,
Mr. Fash.
Mr. Fash plays it a lot. So this general system for sometimes we play with B3. Young GM likes to play it aggressive, rook G1, G4, G4, G5. So it all depends. You can, Peter Leko likes to call it the hybrid system. I actually learnt it a lot from Vincent Kaimer. Was one of the people that plays it. Nakamura also plays it. So it's a nice way to play. So G6. G6, solid, D4, bishop E2, castles, and then bishop G4. And here, well, I think I'm not giving up too many secrets. So I'm going to tell you what I play here. I play the move H3. And at first, it looks like the reason Tersee, for instance, played the move B3, as you can see, is because if you play bishop, let's just go back. Let's go back. If you play a move, let's just say bishop D2. It looks as if
even like the A3. Okay, you want to use the A3 first. I mean H3 first as an example.
No, I wanted to use this one as an example. Okay. Then I will now show you the idea.
Okay, so bishop takes.
Yeah, it looks as if you're losing the pawn, and it looks as if but if you don't want to lose the pawn, you have to do this.
Yes.
But in fact, the move I play is the move pawn to H3. It's telling you, all right, you want to give me this bishop.
Yeah, take it.
I'll
take it with a glass of wine.
But the problem is that pawn captures. In fact, it's not even a pawn, because then I continue with the move queen E2. The idea is I'm attacking the pawn on C4. And now it looks like, black will just develop and protect the pawn, but it's not possible because of the move knight captures on B5.
Because of the pins.
And this pin is this. So I have this opening in my repertoire, like it's a well worked out opening. I like these positions for white. I don't mean, of course, this position. This position is probably winning for white, but I mean this position after H3, where I get two bishops for white. But maybe Tersee is not as familiar with the position, because here after he spent about 11 minutes before finally playing the move B3, protecting his pawn on C4. Yeah, because if you are not aware of it, you probably would not want to allow your opponent to take on F3 and then take the pawn on C4. So that's why I protected the pawn with B3, which is still all right. E6, bishop B2, knight G2, H3, bishop captures, and then queen A5. All right, so interesting, but I'm not really sure why the queen is on A5. It's a bit strange to me. Queen A5, and then bishop E2. Yeah, the queen is moving a lot.
Yeah, lots of queen movements, and white was able to.
Yeah, but at this point, I actually thought he would try to capture on C4, because this is the only point when, or can the queen be trapped? It can't be trapped. Like, this is the only point where you can't capture with the pawn.
No, you can't. You just wait. Yes, you can't. It's gonna escape.
No, that cannot be.
There's no order. It's gonna escape.
No, I was thinking that. I was thinking that maybe this is
knight immediately.
No, but even that I don't really seems risky. But
keeping
an eye on the queen, on the knight.
Yes.
But okay, no, bishop times and then B5. Yeah. So yeah, maybe. Okay. I thought maybe this was the only point you can capture, because now your opponent maybe has to capture with the bishop, but maybe we can't spend so much time delving deep into the position, so we don't know, the deep tactics that they have seen. All right, let's go on with the game between FM Donyefa Callistus versus Ekunke Goodness. Donyefa plays the move D4 almost exclusively, used to play the move D4 almost exclusively, but in this tournament it says he's trying to not get into preparation which his opponents will have had from home. So knight f6, g3, e6, bishop g2, d5, knight f3, bishop e7, castles, castles, and we have a standard Catalan position.
More or less
c6.
the d4, just transposed it. It's still going to
Yeah,
play his
yeah,
d4.
still forward line.
He's still playing his d4.
Just wanted to move under his opponent. Knight c3. So of course, if you are playing this kind of moves, you always have to be careful about d times c4. But maybe we can use the same idea we used there by playing the move knight here, because b5 would always be met by knight times b5. In fact, there's also knight times c6 here, but I think knight times b5 is better. Yeah. So with that, knight to c3, a5, bishop f4, queen d3. Is it planning to? I believe black will probably be thinking about b6 and bishop a6. Yeah.
Yeah.
b6 played. Okay. Rook fd1. Bishop a6 standard. b3. Rook c8. e4. Bishop b4. Wow. e5. dc4. Okay, now I get his idea. His idea is that he wants, because I was wondering what he wants to do about this knight, because if you are taking the knight back, it will be sad. But he wants to make use of this tactical idea that the knight can come to d5 because of this pin on the bishop. So
same pin idea that was used yesterday by.
Yeah. It was actually Callistus using it against
Callistus. Same Callistus using it against that. Who? It's not the Callistus that actually used that pin.
Yeah. Callistus used it against Kei Lucky Musa,
yeah,
which he won his first round game.
Yeah.
But now it is being used against him. And he played knight g5, g6, knight ce4, getting ready to use the knight on the dark squares. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brave Dave is saying he's using an earpiece, but we can try to increase the volume a little bit. How about now? Is the volume better now? We're trying not to blow people's ears. So that was why we're trying to control the volume from a very, very larger perspective. But I believe this should be better, I believe. Mr. Brave Dave, if this is good, thumbs up or just let us know in the chat. Thank you very much. And tennising is over 30 minutes down on the clock. Yes, it should be. The math, you can't afford to make mistakes. Yeah, sure. So we're back to goodness and Callistus. Yeah.
Callistus. So knight c4, trying to make use of some of the dark squares in the black camp. Knight captures f4, pawn captures f4. But also this allows this queen to be able to slide to the h3 square.
Yeah, and that could be very, very dangerous.
So that's why he quickly played h6.
But should he respond? Should he not respond?
Well, it's not so easy. You know, the first things that of course you want to look at are moves like knight captures or the e6, and then knight discovers somewhere, you know, so that you can take on g6. But luckily, when you play a move in chess, your opponent also gets to play a move. So I don't think it will work. All these ideas.
No, I wasn't even looking
and also knight f6.
I wasn't even looking at those kind of ideas. I was looking at probably
h3.
the queen h3. So what is he gonna do?
Maybe just
after queen h3.
Maybe just king g7.
Aha.
So, although it still looks a bit dangerous, but I think you should be fine. Queen g7, king g7, and now you are actually threatening to take.
King g7. Let's attack the bishop. Doesn't make any sense.
Attack which bishop? A3.
Does it make any sense attacking a3?
But the bishop
I would just play c4 immediately.
c5?
Yes, c5 immediately.
No, but then you can just take the knight.
And knight takes back.
Yeah, but the reason I did that was because of the rook h8.
Oh, no. If not, no, we don't want the knight to take back even. Let's go back.
Okay.
If you don't want the knight to take back, what if pawn takes?
Pawn takes might be playable, but also there's the rook h8.
Rook h8, then the queen just moves away to maybe f3.
f3. We've given up a piece.
We've given up a piece with the plan of dropping the knight on I mean, with the plan of trying to get into the F6, F7, it's going to be difficult. It's ridiculous. It's completely losing for me. And is there a way I can trap that bishop?
I'm looking at that. No, the bishop cannot be trapped. Like easily, you can just play for one.
No, that's what you have to play immediately now.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it that if there is any better way to.
Yeah, any better way to.
Yeah, maybe it was. It's
Knight. No, wait. It's who's turn to play right now? White's turn to play.
Yes. No. Black's turn to play.
Black's turn to play. Okay, because the next threat is Knight D6.
Yes, but it can.
But it still doesn't do anything too much.
Defended.
Oh.
Can be like Knight D6 and just be met by Queen E7.
Okay, just we don't want that.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's interesting. So Knight F3 played. Bishop E7.
Oh, I was expecting Bishop E7.
Yeah, just escaping with your bishop. Queen E6. H4, trying to create some H5. It seems like Callistus is willing to burn bridges. Doesn't really matter. He just wants to. Okay, Rook C1. So this is the current position that we have.
With this structure, can we say black is okay? Very much okay.
There are some things happening on the king side. I'm looking at moves like pawn to H5, moves like pawn to H5, moves like bishop to H3. The thing is that if white cannot make the attack work in the long term, his structure is a bit bad. But right now, it seems like his pieces he has some dynamic play, with H5, maybe even sometimes D5 if the time is right, or C5 if the time is right, C5, and then putting the knight on D6. I think you really wanted to put the knight on D6 earlier, so C5.
Yeah, C5 to put the knight on D6.
And then put the knight on D6 somehow. So I think it's worth considering. Rook C1.
Yeah, Brave Dave, thanks for the feedback. Telling us the sound is perfect.
But if you want to play C5, why can't I just be the one to play
C5 first?
But it's not easy. There's D5. Let's quickly look at some lines. There's D5. I don't think you want that.
Yeah.
But okay, takes.
Pawn takes.
Pawn takes.
There's this annoying D6 threat.
C4.
Who cares about C4?
It's important to maybe gain some squares.
No, yes, it's gonna get some squares, but who cares that much about C4 when now the plan is playing something like probably even Queen C2.
Yeah, this can't be good. I'm not going to check it further. I don't think it's good. So that means that this C5 is it a thing for white? Like, how are you going to handle the move C5? Or do you just take and then just start bringing the rook to clear? It's not clear.
Yeah, maybe takes and start bring takes, bring the rook. In the long run, the takes, what does it give us?
For white, C5 is what you want to play, I think, and then so that you get at least to be able to put the knight on D6. But I'm wondering how black should respond. I can't find the move now. Right now, we know that this is white's threat. Well, one of white's threats. Maybe not the only one. One of white's threats. But how then do you
continue from it? Respond to this stimuli.
Yeah, how do you, knowing what your opponent is about to play, what are you going to do about it? B5, can you fight for that? But there's so much going on here. B5 can even still be made by the move C5.
And that's probably makes it a little bit worse because now your bishop is so tied down. That's actually until you now play B4 again before that bishop on A6 sees the road to.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to allow goodness to solve the problem for us. We'll move to the next game. We'll come back to it when he has made a move.
Ajibola Olanrewaju versus Triple A.
Yes. So it's the tournament leader, I think, Abdurrahman, is with 2 points, and FM Ajibola Olanrewaju with half points, but he's with the white pieces, so he'll be trying to win. D4 played. Knight F3, D5, E3, the call system.
Not yet.
C5, B3.
Call system impressive. This is the Coley setup. Bishop is going to B2. Bishop is supposed to go to D3. Unfortunately, Bishop D3. No, Bishop D3 is still very well possible.
Yeah.
Right. Until Black does something against Bishop D3. I'm not saying how Black will stop Bishop to D3 now. Bishop B2. And this is Papa's forte. He has been playing exactly this for a very, very long time. In fact, even with the laws of chess that are saying, don't put your bishop on B2, it's being blocked by the pawn on D4. Something about the Coley Sukatot is just way different, such that at a point in time, there's going to be C4 happening. And
sometimes, so white can have many different ideas. Sometimes you can put your bishop on B2, put this bishop on D3, play A3, preventing the knight from attacking
the
your bishop.
Yeah.
Then you can now, because of this bishop reinforcing this pawn,
knight
you
E5.
get to play knight E5 and then be able to use it for an attack against the king. So there are some, the bishop is behind the pawn, but it has some potential.
But the point is, it's a long-term potential.
Yeah.
If we're looking at it from the short-term basis, that bishop is just biting on. It's just being blocked by his own pawn. It's like a tall pawn temporarily. But let's see how it's going. Bishop E2 was played next.
Bishop E2. So G6. Personally, I played this. Sorry, you were about to say?
No. I was expecting Bishop D3 variation, but probably because these guys have known themselves to a larger extent. They've played a lot of games. So I'm not surprised about Bishop B2 right now.
So Bishop D3. Bishop D3 can be met by G6. G6 can also be met by Bishop G4, which is my own personal preference. Like I want to put pressure on this knight, and I'm already threatening to play
take the pawn.
Knight times D4.
Oh, that's even understandable.
I played this particular position against Papa in the National Sports Festival Blitz, and I was playing black pieces. So I know that he likes this kind of setups. Yeah. So Bishop E2 was played. I've checked a lot of lines. I've seen this G6 line, although usually I don't play it. Somehow I don't like to fianchetto my bishops.
No, so it's a function of you don't like.
Yes.
It's not.
So I just try to find another way to play this position. So G6, I usually play either Bishop F5 or Bishop G4. Bishop G4. Both are good. G6 probably I think is the top computer move. When I checked it, it was just like maybe this is minus 0.2 and then maybe this is maybe 0.0, 0.1 or something like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see what I was talking about? You see what I was talking about? Analysis, going to even the exact points of the engine. Come on.
I'm sorry.
I thought we should let's check your pocket. Are you sure you're not having some engine somewhere that is confirming the read?
A lot of all these players we saw the game between FM Bomo and IM Odion. We are always checking computer lines, trying to see, okay, this is what this guy plays. What will I do if I get this position? If he plays this position against me. So, you're always working on your openings. And sometimes you will know the evaluation to the last 0.1. Okay, so G6, castles. Bishop G7, Bishop B2, castles, Knight E5. Okay. Knight captures on E5. Wow. That's a bit of a committal move. Knight captures on E5. That's not the first thing that would have occurred to me. knight d7, knight c5, and e6. Okay, knight b5 is played, bishop d7, knight d6.
Okay, hold on a second. Maybe scroll this up a little bit so that it's not showing. It's showing. Give me a second. Let me just quickly work on this. It's not giving me the perfect vibe I'm looking for. Thank you very much. Now this is better. Yeah. Great. Yeah, this is good. Thank you. Okay. Back to you. Thank you.
So f6 is played, trying to undermine this knight on d6, trying to undermine the knight. I play c4. I'm liking white's position. Pawn times c4, bishop times c4, b5, knight b5, and this is the current position that we have. This is the current position that we have. All right, so.
And who do you think is better?
So I feel everything depends on if this, there are some threats on this diagonal. But if all these tactical threats, there's going to be a tactical, some tactical sequence that will follow now. If everything clarifies, right now it's looking like it favors white. That's how it's looking right now, that it favors white. So because of how weak the black position is. So generally right now, white looks just much better. White looks much better to my eyes. But we have one last game. That is the defending champion.
Yeah.
Tersee Ferdinand versus Kei Lucky Musa, the shining light from the north. And Kei Lucky Musa has inspired a lot of great news coming from the northern side, from some tournaments organized to some young players being developed. So is one of the leading lights in the northern Nigeria in terms of chess. So always interested to see his games. So knight f3, d5, e3. Like I said earlier, Tersee, Tennyson, Mr. Fash, Vincent Kaima, GM, Nakamura, they all usually play these systems with knight f3, e3. And of course, yours truly. So pawn to c5, b3. All these, bishop b2. For me here, I usually play the move bishop to b5, pinning this knight, trying to play like a Nimzo Indian with an extra tempo. So bishop b2 he played, knight f6, bishop e2, e6, and castles. So Tersee goes his own way, bishop d6, and then the move pawn to d4. Pawn to d4, and then pawn to c4, blowing open the center of the board. cd4, ed4, b6, knight d2, and bishop b7. That's our current. Okay, that's not our current position. Queen e7, knight e5. Bishop times b2, queen times b2, d times c4, knight times c4. And okay, so this is our current position. So normally, we would say that maybe black is slightly better because of this isolated pawn and the fact that it's well blockaded. You have exchanged some pawns, but white has some activity, some obvious activity here, and is also threatening the move. He's also threatening on f7, And I think white has enough activity for the Isolani. So if anything, white might be, if anything, maybe white is ever tiny slightly better. But if all the pieces are able to be exchanged and maybe only rooks are on board and we still have the same structure, then of course I'll start leaning towards black. All right. Let's go up. Do we have any moves? Bishop b5, knight captures, pawn captures on e5. So this is the current position here. FM Callistus. Okay, so some moves were made after rook ac1. Then there was a move queen b2. We were expecting c5.
Yes.
But maybe first he wants to just make some proving moves. Queen to b2 was played instead.
Queen to b2, and this young man is actually looking not into pawn to c5, but pawn to d5.
Yes, but
because I don't understand why queen, because that's the only thing I'm seeing for playing queen back to. You want to push that pawn forward, probably exchange pawn push, fighting. I mean, trying to. In fact, if the pawn can even get to d6, that's
cutting.
That's a cutting edge technology. So I'm saying the only reason why queen is coming back to b2 is he wants to play d5. He's not playing c5. He's not playing for the c5.
He doesn't want to play for c5. Yeah. Either b5 or c5. But here he wants to play for c5. Okay, so Tersee quickly takes his queen out of the way.
Backwards, of course, yeah.
So that d5 maybe is ready to capture and exchange some pieces.
So now this is c5 is not ready.
No, but c5 now can't be played because of the move pawn captures on c5. So this is why.
Thank you, Sir Damien. Thank you very much, Sir Damien. I appreciate it.
Okay, so let's see if anything has happened in the Bomo game.
Yeah, Bomo's game.
It seems like Bomo has been able, Odion has been able to, try to fight a little bit.
Actually, somebody said something in the chat. It said, let me see. Was it here or was it in the WhatsApp group that he said Bomo is now, I think his name is Habi or Hebi. Yeah. He said Bomo is lifting his leg off. Let me read this comment. Bomo, exactly, by Hebi. He said Bomo is lifting his foot gradually from Odion's neck. You would have played rook ac8, let white's queen be running around. So at what time is he looking at rook ac8? Well, let's check.
Yeah, probably
here,
probably
right?
Here he was thinking that
rook ac8.
AC8 is the way to put
more pressure.
To put more pressure.
So what actually happened?
So rook ad8 was played. AD8, which I don't think is
bishop went back there.
Bad.
Next.
Bishop f5.
But
I was more looking at the move, or maybe he wanted to. No. I was more looking at the move. Even maybe knight g4. But maybe it doesn't work. It doesn't work here because of g3.
Knight g4, g3, exactly. Knight g4, g3. Knight d4 will be g3. Scary chess there.
But I think you can exchange a few pieces. Why not bishop c4, yeah?
Won't black be... I think white will be happy for the bishop exchange because bishop comes in, the bishop takes bishop immediately, then queen takes check. Then now the king suddenly jumps into g1,
yeah, but,
and he's happy to go to h2 next, and for the rook to come step outside as fast as possible.
Yeah, but all the problems generally remain. All the problems generally remain.
No, one problem is solved. One bishop is out.
Yeah, but might want to have entry squares for your pieces.
But now how?
Like some of the light squares that were not available before are now available.
Only one white light square is not available. D3. The
No,
E2 is well protected with the knight.
no, this, for example, bishop e2, bishop f5, bishop e5. Like the bishop will control a few squares that are important. You know, some key squares around the king. But by playing bishop e2, as long as you don't exchange queens, it shouldn't be a problem. As long as you don't exchange queens and these pieces don't coordinate like this. So bishop here was worth considering. But I feel you should have invested more time. I don't like the fact that, you know, it's almost as if he expects the position to win itself.
Or probably he's not actually playing for the win. Probably it's just, you know, he knows probably that his position is.
No, you can't prepare an opening bomb like that and and then play for a draw. You know, that's just unfair. Yeah, that's unfair. But yes, so finally Odion has coordinated his pieces. His king is now a bit safer. Yeah, it's not as easy anymore to. It's not as easy anymore to play this position, like easily for a win. You know, if anything, when this position was here, that was when, you know, things should have happened. When we had this position, that was when, you know, I expected that Bomo will start to dig deep and come up with how he wants to set up his pieces, ideally for the battle ahead. But yeah, okay. So I believe we have a result in FM. Is it possible to get any of them?
That was a draw, but it was dry.
Yeah. We don't need if they can't come.
Let's just try and check if they are available so we can bring them in for this. But in the meantime, keep an eye on the female. Give me a
Okay.
second. I'm not supposed to be passing through your camera. I'll just go to the back here. Yeah.
You go through what?
I guess probably very soon you have to sit down here. Even when the guest comes, so you have to.
Okay. All right, so I'm just trying to change my seats for the people who will be joining us to explain some of their ideas. Here, some developments have happened, and here it seems like FM Ajibola Olanrewaju is a pawn up against the current leader, and also is up on time massively. Is up on time massively. So FM Abdurrahman is in a lot of trouble there. But let's quickly check out what's happening in the female. We haven't seen some of these games in a while. We last left this here. Yes, it was an interesting position, and we were trying to figure out what Black would do here. Maybe Black would play. Maybe Jessica would play e5, or she would play knight e7. But in fact, okay, not here, here. But in fact, she didn't go for any of those. She played the move f6, kicking away the knight, and then played the move bishop f8, just exchanging bishops. I have doubts about this one. I have doubts about the way the position has been handled, but okay, it's fine. Queen captures, bishop e6, and then king f7. I would have expected king g7, but okay, king f7 is played, and then rook on a to d8. Okay, all the black pieces are in the game, and maybe the position is fairly equal. think the position is fairly equal. Okay, Michael Bridget. Let's see if she followed any of the plans that we said. Queen f3. Okay, she took the knight back and then played knight e4. And then finally played the move pawn to c4, because you need to kick this knight. This knight needs to be kicked out of the center of the board. So knight b4 is played, a3, and then this knight goes into the jungle, into the bush. The knight on the a6 is doing not much. You have to try to bring your pieces into the game. So white is, I think, better here, and c5 has been played probably with the idea of knight d6. Okay, so black probably has to calculate the move bishop captures on d4. But after bishop captures on d4, then after knight d6 check, the bishop is hanging. The only way to save the bishop is to do this, but then with queen captures and f7 coming, it's obvious that white is just much better. So that is why the move c5 has been played, threatening knight d6, and currently it looks as if white is better. Much better, actually. Okay, let's see if anything has happened in any of the other games. We talked about this earlier. We mentioned that knight c6, knight a5, with the idea of putting pressure on this, might be considered. d6, bishop c2, bishop b3, a4. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why you want the knight here, so that the knight just sits comfortably here, blockading the pawn, and is good. Knight f4. Okay, that's the current position. Okay, Ajibola Eunice. When we last saw this, it was around this position. And Eunice was playing really well. Knight d3, with the idea that if the bishop takes, it looks like, oh, wait, did you just give your opponent a free bishop? Absolutely not. Bishop b4 is played, and there is a pin here. So Quick Pen was more or less forced to play the move king here, and then after the move queen captures, knight captures on d3, and black became a pawn up. So we left the position around here, and I was talking about how black, being a pawn up, you can't just say, oh, I'm a pawn up, I'm going to relax. No, you have to first of all try to find a way to bring your pieces into the game. You know, the rook into the game, maybe f5, just bring your pieces into the game. So f4 was played, f5 in turn, very good, captures on e4, d6, bishop d8. Okay, and then bishop captures, knight d5. Right. All right, so Eunice is 2 pawns up. All right, so luckily for us, we have one of the people who has just finished in the male section, FM Akishe Abiola, with a draw against Femi Balogun. Yesterday, you were the one playing the Roy Lopez.
Yeah.
Today, you are the black side of the Roy Lopez. Did anything interesting happen in the game? Let's quickly delve into it. Was there any points where you were worried? Was there any point you felt you were better?
Okay. I think before, I don't know, maybe I think the game just became interesting after B4. After B4, then I had to be very careful. I had to be very careful, what the position can lead to.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Knight here. Were you getting excited when you saw that you could get your knight to the c4 square?
Ah, it was not an easy move to make because uh, my pawns can easily be attacked. So it was not an easy move to make, but I had to just calculate deep to realize that I couldn't be able to defend my pawns. If after I capture some b5, you know. So I just noticed like it's only a6, bishop a6 that can hold the pawns.
Did you see that ahead or when you got to this position?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I had to see that before playing knight b6.
knight b6. Okay.
Yeah.
So now, folks at home know how deep the calculation of top players go. Before playing knight b6, he wanted to be sure that in all this sequence of moves, that he would turn out to be fine. And as you can see, he spent quite some time, about 6-7 minutes, calculating that line. So bc5, queen here, and then queen b2, putting pressure on the b5 pawn. Okay, so bishop a6, rook a8, and then knight c4, queen a2, bishop b7, and that was how the game petered into a draw.
He could actually play him, but it's gonna be risky for him. Because of his knight on g3.
Okay.
It's gonna be risky for him because knight on g3 will almost not enter the game. So if he wants to play on, he's gonna play without that knight. Because I can just easily develop my f6 knight to d7, and my bishop on f8 is going to easily enter the game. So he can decide to play him, but he cannot. It's not going to be a good idea for him to play on. After bishop a6, queen b1, queen b1, bishop a6, you can play on with rook a2.
Okay, queen b1.
You can play with rook a2.
Queen b1, bishop a6, rook
a2, even here after bishop b7, he also has queen a7.
But here, how are you going to respond after rook a2?
After rook a2, I was calculating moves like queen b7, queen b7, rook a8 ideas.
Okay, so that you defend everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also after bishop b7, he also has queen a7. But nothing much happened. Just the queen just stayed there, and I just continue knight d7. But he won't achieve much with that. So
you continue with what?
I continue knight d7.
Okay.
But it will not be a good idea for him to continue because of this knight on g3. A knight on g3 will not enter the game for a long time.
Okay. So a very balanced game, a draw. Are you happy with this?
I'm okay with this.
Yeah,
because
no,
I'm okay with it.
He's a strong player,
Yeah.
one of your main rivals. So
Yeah.
and he was playing with the white pieces. So you are playing with the black pieces. So maybe it's a good thing to just to get the draw in. All right. So a lot of things are happening. It seems like FM Abdurrahman is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, because I noticed.
It's probably down an exchange already.
I noticed Papa has his knight on d6.
Yeah.
okay. Seems the knight is
And
going off.
the bishop on c4 is a monster. So we last looked at it when we were looking at it. We last looked at it here, and I think the move pawn to c4 very strong.
Yeah,
Very
it's necessary to break
Yeah.
the pawn structure.
And once the bishop got to this diagonal, it seemed like white is in the driver's seat.
But the pawn on e6 is kind of weak.
And after queen g5, queen e2, rook f5, knight d6, and this is the current position.
Triple A gave an exchange.
Yeah, maybe he felt like he had to.
Oh, okay. Does he really have to?
Consider move like
He couldn't capture on f1.
Well, he could. But I was even thinking maybe rook e5.
Even rook back to f8 is not bad. Or I don't know. But giving up the exchange, I don't know.
But I thought you liked giving up. I remember your game.
Yeah. But in this case, is he gaining a point with it? I'm not sure if he's gaining a point.
No, he's already down a pawn.
He's already. Who is down a pawn?
He is already down a pawn.
Triple A.
Triple A is already down
He's down a pawn and he's giving an exchange again. So normally when I give up an exchange, I gain a pawn with it. You understand? So it's almost not an exchange. It's almost material equality.
Yeah. But here he's probably was feeling that he's in trouble already.
Well, yeah, he's a pawn down and he gave up an exchange. But he could play without giving up an exchange. I don't. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it already seems like white is completely winning. Let's check out this other game. Okay, so finally, after all the things, we're saying that here pawn to c5 to play knight d6, but Callisto's first played queen b2, queen b8, played king h2, b5. Finally,
And c5.
yeah,
Okay.
c5 happened.
And this one is even more stronger
Yeah,
than in playing it earlier.
yeah, but it was his opponent that allowed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, b5, c5, and now the knight always has a d6 square. Sometimes it's not even clear if you should put the knight there immediately.
Yeah, you can also decide to just hold on and
Make some small improving moves
maybe,
somewhere.
yeah.
Yeah, but knight d6 played.
He can try instead of going to d6 immediately. He can also try knight f d2, then
Knight f d2.
then later bishop f1 to stop the bishop from capturing his knight on c4.
So that he will get his other
So
knight.
that,
in.
yeah.
Then, okay.
As long as it's
But the
sure.
only problem is that.
Yeah, as long as it's sure black can play f5. I don't know if f5 does any magic. Okay.
But yeah, I think there are many ideas. So knight d6. Are you going to allow such a knight to stay in your house? What's he planning? Is he planning?
And he couldn't capture.
It looked like that was his.
Couldn't capture.
At first, it looked like that was his only choice, but maybe he couldn't. Okay, so bishop h3. Callistos is just improving his pieces, getting ready to play rook g1.
Okay, it's going to be gradual,
Then maybe queen c2. Putting pressure here.
grind.
It looks as if he doesn't want to graduate. He wants to just checkmate his opponent.
Yeah.
Rook g1, queen c2, and
Black's pieces are cramped. So cramped.
yeah, it looks difficult. But you are the master of defense. If anybody can defend any bad position in this world, it's always you.
Well, this
Even
is.
you don't like this one.
I don't like. I don't play openings that allow me to be cramped this way.
Yeah, but queen c2 is so annoying because there are so many ideas. Knight captures f7, king captures, and then bishop captures h3. Like for example, let's just make a move just to show what I'm trying to say. Let's just make a move. Let's say queen a8. You know, queen c2. Let's just. There is always some knight captures f7. Like not even immediately. Sometimes not even immediately.
Yeah.
Then this king is a bit. This king is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The idea is good without playing the Hook G1 so that it's not going to suspect and you know.
No, but even the thing is that even if he suspects,
Yeah.
let's say you don't even sacrifice it,
I like the idea.
and you just play it, even if he suspects, it's still
He
difficult.
can't stop it,
Yeah.
right?
to
Except,
stop.
he's gonna just capture the knight straight.
Maybe he's going to play knight f8 or something.
Okay, I was thinking maybe okay, knight f8 is also there. Knight f8 is also there. Wow. So he has to try
Yeah,
to
but
stop black from
there's
playing
always
knight f8.
Well, even if after knight f8, there's always h5.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
continued
yeah.
pressure. It's just
Yeah.
the pressure is much. All right.
What's
So-
happening on the other boards?
Let's see. So, okay, we've looked at FM Abdurrahman. We've looked at this Olisa Tennyson has the bishop pair against Ohipo Bartolomeo. So it's not the tension now. Okay, I was going to say that it seems like e5 is the most sensible move, but seems like he's also considering taking on f5. Maybe it's also
the
involved.
game is closed.
Yeah, but white is looking better.
Nothing much is happening yet, actually. Nothing much is happening.
Yeah, but
yet.
these knights won't have good squares.
Yeah.
It's also a bit cramped somehow.
Yeah.
They don't have any square here. They don't have any square here.
Black can only play for g5.
Yeah.
G5 ideas.
And also, there's also some bishop here, bishop d6,
Yeah.
c5. After.
The hook needs to maneuver to. Oh. Okay, black does not have
Bishop
a
here.
nice square bishop.
Bishop here, and then c5. No, call it. We'll say white is brilliant. So that's this one. So earlier we thought, Odeon is much better. Again, wait, what has happened? The position has changed. We thought Odeon was much worse, like from the opening. I don't know if you saw the game from the opening. So there was this idea, and Odeon couldn't castle, and the pawns are equal. And you can see that white looks better, and black looks better.
Yeah.
But somehow, along the way, from this position, Odeon was able to play pawn to g3 and get his king into a good square. Okay, so here Odeon gave up the bishop, the queen for a bishop and a knight, and this is the current position. So who are you liking?
White cannot win. White cannot win. Only black can play for a win.
Okay. Yeah, it's
White can only play for a draw. White can only play for a draw right now.
right now, but it's not easy. This bishop is actually really nice, keeping all these squares away from the knight.
White just needs to find a way to neutralize exchange of
But you also
blocks.
cannot create an attack on the king.
White, and Game just looks. Because white we go for knight d5 exchange of the knight off. Knight d5 exchange of the knight off.
No, but why exchange the knight? The knight is nice.
That will most likely be the move white will play.
Why not rook d1?
Is it?
Rook d6.
Who is to play? Okay, black to play. Black to play.
Probably black will play 6.
Black is just looking out for rook c6 ideas. But I don't even know what black can play yet.
h6.
h6.
Yes.
Okay, just to free the king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then maybe you start having ideas of queen a5, trying to put pressure on your opponent's pawns.
Again, nothing is happening yet, but white cannot win. White cannot win.
I don't know how easy that is.
White cannot win.
Okay, so what's happening between KU Lucky? So it's still more or less even. And okay, let's check out a bit of the female section. We have not really seen anything happening there. Onoja and Pelomo Jessica. That looks almost kind of equal. Sorry, Michael Bridget. Yeah, Michael Bridget had a very good position in the Karokan. And here she played the move pawn to c5, getting ready to play knight d6. And what happened? Rook cd8, knight d6. Okay, just sacrifice the exchange. Just sacrifice the exchange. Now this is the current position with the move bishop d6 played. Saying take the pawn on d4. What do you want to do after that?
Is it d4? Is it possible? D4 not possible.
What do you want to do? Do you want to play bishop e5? Do you want to play bishop something?
So you notice I like giving up the exchange.
Yes, but your game against Kere from
even against Bomo, I had to.
Yeah, I don't think you can take the pawn because of bishop e5.
Huh?
I don't think you can take the pawn. Like here, I don't think you can take this pawn because of bishop e5. And the pawn here is hanging. Or what do you think?
Okay, that's okay. Bishop takes first.
Bishop takes first. Yeah, but then
no. Bishop c7 defense. So he has to capture back first.
Okay.
So captures back.
Just an exchange up, Abi.
5, yeah.
2 pawns.
It's kind of a little bit defendable.
So what is that? What's that? There has to be an idea. It cannot be that she just wants to give up the pawn now.
So I guess why should I have just defended the pawn instead of giving it up like that? A pawn on d4 is important.
No, Michael Bridget is a tactical base, so maybe she has ideas. Does she want to give up? Does she want to give up the bishop? Ooh. Okay. Thank you very much, FM Akisheye, for joining us. Some draws, hopefully Next time we see you, you're
Yeah.
about to explain how you won your game. Who do you have in your next round?
K Lucky.
Key Lucky. All right. We wish you the best of luck there.
How is K Lucky doing here? Yeah.
You want to check out? Yeah, he's the one playing against Tersee. That was the last game we saw,
Okay.
and it seems like a balanced game. He's trying to play against the Isolani pawn, but maybe it's not so easy. It seems like the position is a bit equal.
It's not looking like white can win. It's not looking like white can win.
Yeah, ordinarily.
So the isolated pawn.
Yeah,
It's not looking like white can
but
win.
maybe somewhere along the line there might be some attack. There might be some sacrifice on F7. There might be a way you can slowly make progress.
Captures on C8, knight takes C8.
No, why can't queen takes?
Okay, there's no back rank. Queen takes B5 or queen C1. The queen on A3, the pawn on A3
Yeah.
drops.
Then queen what F1 away,
Yeah.
and then pawn on A3.
Well, white can't win this game. It's not looking like white can win this game.
You're always declaring this person can't win. Well,
Yeah, the most important thing is knowing which side, that cannot win. It's just that pawn on D4 does, that pawn on D4 is just,
yeah, it's a bit weak.
just spoils the position.
Yeah, okay. So I guess you have spied on your opponent. So we'll leave you to getting some rest,
Yeah.
and we'll hopefully see you in the next round.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Best of luck.
Yeah. All right.
Efe Makishe. All right. They call him the baby voiced, FM. As FM Akisheye there. Just joining us to explain some of the moves that he was playing. Let's see what happened. When we last left it, it looked like Eunice had a very good position, but suddenly it seems like some things have happened. G6, okay, G6 played, trying to prevent bishop to F5. White is most likely going to win back some of these pawns, but the question is, so it looks like White will pick up the 2 pawns, and maybe the game will head towards the draw, but still a bit dangerous. Let me see what can happen next. Bishop here. If black wants to try to win, what should she do? It's not easy. You have to improve your king. This pawn is doomed, but this bishop always controls the square, so you can always try to capture back. So there are 2 ideas, maybe to try to bring the king closer into the game, or also to push your pawns and try to create another pass pawn, but it's not so easy. So maybe king improving first, I think, is the way to go. All right. So Nwankwo Michelle has gotten a knight to E6. Let's see how that happened. Queen F2. What? After knight E6. Joy played the move rook to c8, allowing pawn to a6. Wow. Wow. And then that's it. She just lost the whole, she lost the whole piece just like that. That is, wow. I wasn't expecting that at all. Wow. So here seems Chiamaka is much better in this position. You know, exchange of pieces might just guarantee the win, like knight captures, for example. The pawn on a7 is going to be in trouble. For example, rook e7, knight times d6. King can take on d6, and the idea is that you can play the move, maybe rook a6, maybe bishop here, maybe bishop d2, and and rook here, and putting pressure here. So there are many ways. I think here white is just more or less a piece up and should be able to convert. In that position, Chiamaka, sorry. Okay, so Chiamaka is, why do I keep on saying Chiamaka? Michael Bridget is a pawn up, an exchange up, sorry, against Abdulsalam Azizat. And you know, she has a decent position. Let us see what's happening between Sulaiman Azumi and Tersee. I think we last left it, the game around this point, and f4 was played, b3. Okay, pawn captures on e5, knight g3. Yeah, rook a6. I like these kind of positions for black, where you get the bishop. You know, this bishop is so strong, so strong. So here, okay, b4 is d5, maybe rook a8 could also have been played with the idea of putting pressure on this pawn on a2. So b5, following it up with rook b8, there's pressure on this pawn, and it's not so easy to defend the pawn. It's not so easy to defend the pawn. There is also bishop b4. That is possible. Maybe not now. There is also bishop b4. There is pawn b4 possible. Trying to chase the knight away, putting pressure on this pawn. I feel like Tersee is much better in this position. Much, much better in this position. Okay, let's switch back to the male section. Let's see what happens. It looks as if some development have happened. Let's see how Callistus decided to go forward. So after getting his knight to d6 and playing bishop h3, b3 is played, trying to open up some counter play, because white is in the driver's seat. We already talked about ideas of rook g3, ideas of knight captures on f7, ideas of queen c2 or queen b1, putting pressure on this g6 pawn. Because the king is so weak, there are no defenders around the king. So after b3, a3, Callistus is trying as much as possible not to open the queen side at all. He just wants the focus to be on this side of the board. So he doesn't want to capture on b3 and allow, for example, black to start having ideas of some counterplay. Maybe bishop takes d6 and then rook b7. Moves like this, trying to get the pieces into the attack. On the queen side, you want to, as much as possible, black is trying to distract white from any activity on the king side. So that is why after b3, white played a3, saying, all right, you won't even get the open file for your rook. Okay, then rook a7 is played, and then rook to c3. Making sure that even if he's going to capture the pawn, he's going to capture with the rook, so that he'll be the one taking over the open file. So if a4 is played, now the question is how Callistus wants to continue. Does he want to play the move rook g1? What is he trying to do here? But already it's obvious that he's the one in the driver's seat. Let's see if what Tersee did. Okay, so Tersee went with the plan we talked about here. After e5, there were two ideas we were looking at, maybe bishop f8 or bishop to c1, exchanging bishops. So he went for the one of bishop to c1. So once again, the dark squares, you can see that there are so many holes on the dark squares. So by exchanging the dark square bishop, it's easier for your pieces to gain access to these squares. So here he's probably thinking about he's going to play the move pawn to h4 next. If he's allowed, he's going to play pawn to h4 and try to clamp down on these dark squares. So that's this. After the move b5, the national champion played rook c5. After queen e4, there was queen captures, knight captures. Okay, knight captures. And yeah, this is the current position. Odion versus Bomo after h6 was played, which we talked about. Then h4, rook d8, knight d5. Okay, so everything here looks equal. Not much going on. All right. If anybody has anything happening, any game you want explained, anything you want talked about, we are. Yes, someone says Bar is crazy in AA's game. Yeah, he's down an exchange. He's down a pawn, and his king is a bit open. So we are expecting that Ajibola Olanrewaju would win that game because of how good Papa's position is. In case you don't know who Papa is, that is Olanrewaju Ajibola. For those new to Nigerian chess, sorry about that. Knight e4, rook d3, rook h3, queen h5, bishop c5, knight e4. Okay, so this is the current position, but white is much better. White is much better. Actually, for now, I think the game between Olisa Tennyson. Oh, and also the game between Quick Pen. I was finding the end game interesting. I wanted to see how. Okay, it seems like they've exchanged a lot of pieces, and it's just going to be. It's okay. We last left it around here. Okay, so this is the current position. Only black can win. As FM Akisheye just informed me, the way to look at the position, one of the ways to look at the position is to say to yourself, to ask, to say that, okay, black cannot lose. And here we know that black cannot lose. So the only thing is, can she win this position? That's the question. But it's not so easy to push this pawn. Because if you try to push this, if you want to push this pawn, your king has to be helping. Or your bishop has to be helping. But whenever your bishop moves away, first of all, it's not even easy to push the pawn. Even if you push the pawn, you can't get it to the square you want to get it to. And also, the bishop is also coming here. But maybe the only way to try is to play the move bishop d5 and then bishop to e6. Maybe that's what Eunice is going to try here now. Bishop d5, or also bishop e4 with the idea of bishop f5. Trying to break this blockade and allowing the pawn to move. But of course, anytime Eunice brings the bishop away, Quick Pen is ready to attack this pawn. So maybe that will end in a draw. Okay. Here, white is up a piece. We already looked at this. Yeah, this one looks a bit equal, but let me see what's happening. This king is actually a bit open. Both kings are a bit open, but material is generally equal. So we expect a draw in Eunice versus Quick Pen. We expect a win in Chiamaka, win versus Joy. Michael Bridget is much better against Abdusalam Azizat, who is also known as Fabiano Caruana fangirl. Onoja Iyefu. It's not really clear what's going on. There's a lot going on in this position. The only thing I don't think I've looked at too much is the game between Samson Peace and Omorui Sandra. I really like the knight on d4, but even though white is a pawn down, but the knight on d4 is really strong. Okay, so let's see. It seems like Olanrewaju has won his game against FM Abdurrahman, so we wonder if we will be able to get Ajibola Olanrewaju into the hall with us to explain some things. So he got his knight to h7, c7, then he captured a few of the pawns. And that was it. Okay, so we'll see if we can get FM Ajibola Olanrewaju to join us in the commentary room to explain some of his play. But while we are waiting for that, let us see if let us see if what's happening in the game between Callistus versus Callistus versus Ekoke Goodness. H5 played, trying to open up the opponent's king. GH5. Rook here. It's Queen B1, which should lead to maybe rook. It's not clear if you should play rook G1 first, so that the king can't escape, or to play Queen B1 first. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, so let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can get. Let me get someone personally. All right. So the maneuvering phase has started between Kei Lucky Musa and Tersee versus Kei Lucky Musa. Well. Callistus looks to be winning, but Ekoke Goodness hasn't made a move yet. Okay, it seems like we had, I was a bit confused there, but it seems like we had a glitch in the game between Bomo and, Odeon versus Bomo. I believe that this is actually maybe what the position is with white being better. You know what, I'm going to, okay, someone asks about Tersee's game. Ideas on how to break through. For who? It seems like if anybody can be better, maybe only black can be slightly better. You have, because of this weak pawn on d4, maybe some king d4, king here, but it seems like the position is equal. Queen h5, maybe a good way to just do a perpetual is queen h5 check, and then maybe the king goes here, queen check, king comes here, queen check. So if you want to try to win as whites, you have to take some risks. I think that if anybody can be slightly better then maybe only black can be slightly better. But I think it's more likely going to be a draw with with a perpetual check somewhere. Except maybe Tersee is looking at trying to, but I don't even see how you can try to do that. Like trying to grind the position somehow. But by playing King F7, if for instance he didn't pay attention to that, then there is this pawn takes and then queen check, and then this, maybe you exchange, go into a queen endgame and you grind. But King F7 is a very nice move, protecting everything, protecting absolutely everything, and the only thing I can see is the perpetual check. So that's what I can see here. The more okay, so after A4 was played, then HG6, and Callistus is now thinking about how he wants to continue, how he wants to continue the grind. Bishop H3 probably is an idea. Rook G1 probably is an idea. Maybe Rook E3 is also an idea. Yeah, there are many good moves here. I'm sorry, I'll be off the screen for just a little moment. Here maybe F5 is an idea. Just trying to open up the king. Okay, sorry about that. I had to help team to make sure that we can get the correct thing happening in the game between Aikoji Odion's game versus Kiki Habomo. So Konke Goodness, that's the current position we have. Moves like F5 being under consideration, but it seems like the Bomo's game has been updated. So queen here, captures, queen check, and then a5. So that if rook d7 is played, and then black is going to play the move queen to, black is going to play queen check. So that's why a5 is played. h5, queen check, bishop d5. So this is the current position we have on our screen. Just give me a second. All right, so Odion's game, it seems like only Bomo can be slightly better. Let's see what's happening with Tennyson. We last checked it here. Yeah, I talked about move pawn to h4, making sure to get this square, and I think that was why Akishe Abiola, when he came here, he was talking about if it was only possible for us to, if it was only possible to get, if it was only possible to get the pawn to g5 and then knight h5, and then kick the knight out of the way. But the problem is after g5, the knight goes to h5, and then the knight will go to the square on f6, which is just terrible. So that's why h4 was played. a4 trying to chase the knight away, a4, and then now the queen side is just vulnerable. So maybe even trying to play bishop a6, getting the rook out of the way, and then finally taking the pawn on c6 is another way to play it. FM Callistos. So white is winning here. Seems to be a day for the white pieces. White is much better here. This game has ended in a draw. This game has, it looks like heading towards a draw. Okay, so Tersee has found an interesting way to try to continue the fight. He has taken the pawn on b5 after taking the pawn on d4, so he's going to try to play for the queen side majority. But the problem is that it's not so easy because black's pieces also get some good squares. But first of all, although it's not actually so easy. All right. Tersee, Ferdinand is showing us why he's a national champion. He's trying to grind out this position against Kei Lucky Musa. So it depends on the moves Musa makes now to know who is to know how he wants to hold the balance. But I think White has some potential ideas of making progress with these 2 pawns on the queen side, and the fact that maybe this pawn is slightly weak. So Let's see any results in the female section yet. Onoja Joy is now much better. So after we left it here, after we left it around here, 95, knight captures on c4, and this is the current position. So this knight can't move anywhere because of checkmate. And it seems like black is in some trouble. Eunice is trying everything possible to make progress on this, to try to win this game. Of course, the idea here is that bishop captures on b5 is met by this and this. But after bishop d3, there is I really should not be forgetting my bishop endgames. Okay, so let's start with this. I think it's supposed to be king behind king. I think that's how I learned this. You know, once your king is behind your opponent's king, I think that's how you draw this kind of position. To be honest, I've forgotten. But maybe this is even easier. Like, yeah, bishop captures, pawn push, pawn push, pawn queens. And it seems like maybe this is the easier way to get the draw. Okay. So Onoja Iyefu is completely winning against Pedombo Jessica. And Abdusalam Azizat is defending like a lion. Once the knight gets to d5, I think black is happy. Okay. Okay, let's see how that game went. Alright, so Olisa Tennyson has a bishop which is the better minor piece in this kind of positions, and also as an extra pawn, which is maybe a more important thing. I think you should be able to find a way to win this position. Bomo has made a lot of progress against Odeon, and I think is going to win this game. I think he's going to win this game. He had to find a way to set up a fortress, but I don't think he was able to do that. And now, I believe Bobo has all the chances to win. Maybe even just f6. And white is in trouble. Okay, so woof. Someone is saying AAA should just resign. Actually, that game is already over. That game has been over for a while. Yeah, FM Ajibola Olanrewaju as Papa won that game. Okay, so knight g5 was played with the idea that if pawn captures on d5, there is rook check, which leads to mate, which is actually checkmate. So that was one of the ideas of, that was one of his ideas when he played the move pawn to d5, so that the diagonal opens up, and now he will be able to play knight g5, and well, now I think the game is more or less over, because this just creates a discovered check, which is just winning in many ways. Which would just be winning in many ways. There's also knight e6, which is also winning. There's also maybe rook h3, which is also winning. Yeah, I think everything is just winning here. And we will see a result here soon. Yeah, this is not good. Okay, but we'll stick with this game. We'll see how Callistus will try to convert the position into a win. We'll see how we'll try to convert the position. These pawns, dangerous and just winning. This queen, dangerous, just lost. There are mid threats. There is so the reason why pawn captures was played is that if bishop captures, then opponent wants to play rook times b3 with a discovered check, so that once the king moves or something blocks, then rook captures is winning, just winning the game. So that's why it's even possible that we might not get any move here because Ekuke's goodness's position is really, really bad. And he might just resign here. I can't really even see a good move or a bad move. Can't see any move. So we're expecting a result there, and we'll just stick with that until we see result. Okay, maybe we should not stick with that. I can see in the background, I can see Bomo making some moves. So he played the move pawn to f6, and yeah, I think Bomo is also much better. I'm joined by Chief Wales.
I actually was going down looking for some wonderful guests that could join us, you know, and I just saw Mr. Akunle Kasumi. He's also bringing me some people around. I also saw the junior section. This junior section is actually it's stiff over there. They'll be finishing their rounds today, 6 rounds,
Yeah.
and at the moment, I'm seeing the likes of Arugnadi Clinton lamenting, and it's tough. It's really tough out there. We
No,
will
but
check
chess
their
is tough.
standings very much more later. And was Atlanta was Olanrewaju able to come here to talk about this game?
No, I was hoping to get him, but I couldn't get him. That was Papa Olanrewaju's win. But I think we'll soon have a win on Callistos' board, so I was hoping that maybe we can
We'll get Callistos to talk about his own game.
The
Yeah,
game is about to finish.
I could also use one eye to go and look for Papa himself, because we actually want the man to come and
Talk about
actually talk, because we've not had him here
In
at
the
any
years.
point in time.
Yeah.
Who else have we not have here? The likes of Keila Musa have not been here. Bartholomew has been avoiding here, and it seems the young man will not come here today also, with what I'm seeing on the board right now.
His position is tough.
His position is way tough. Of course, we've not even brought Akunke here to come and see one or two
Yeah.
things from his own. But again, to bring him here is going to be tough also, because he's on less than 1 minute in a worse position against Callistos, I believe.
I think it's even possible to should we? I believe they will finish now.
Who? Callistos?
Yeah, this game.
Yes, that's it. Or probably they are already running up. Let me
Yeah.
try and get Callistos in there as fast as I can.
I think they will have already even maybe finished the game, because this position, it's difficult to suggest. You know, there are some positions where it's difficult to suggest any kind of move at all. It's difficult to suggest any kind of move at all. And here, I don't even see a move. I think the position is really, really bad. So, great conversion by Danyefa Callistos, aka Linesman. Let's see. Okay, so Tennyson is trying to convert slowly. He has, you know, once you want to convert a position like this, one of the first things you want to do is that you want to, okay, so after getting this position, you want to first of all improve your king. Your king needs to get to a more sensible square. Not really sure why this mouse is betraying me. You want to get this king to a more sensible square, first of all, you know, and then
The game is completely over. They left. They left the board completely. They are not there. The time is just counting down. Probably they didn't stop the clock. Well, anyways, Olisa is still on the board playing.
I had a feeling that there was no way to make any move at that position. Right? So we just got news that actually this game ended in a win, because no matter what you do, Bishop captures, there is a discovered attack. So it's just terrible.
Oops.
And what do you want to do about this point?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, so the game was just, and even if you move the rook away, even this move still wins the bishop. So it's just really bad. So that one is there.
And special shout out to Jide Tobun. How you doing? Sorry again. There was a back then, probably when we were talking about Triple A's game, they said Triple A just resigned. You should know better. Looking for cheap shots won't work against Papa.
Someone said,
does the pawn not hang in Tersee's game? That's in personal fortune liar.
Yeah, he's saying that the A pawn, but there's also the idea of knight E8. Also, if
and
you
taking the
want
pawn back on E6. Yeah.
Taking this pawn on E6, although that's not maybe a good idea because of Queen D6.
No, that's after taking the. Isn't that after taking the pawn? Or which pawn is? Oh, Queen D6.
Yeah.
Oops.
Okay, so.
But wait, after that check, then probably you need the light square check first.
Okay, so Tersee played the better move. You just played Queen D7.
Queen
First
D7.
of all, trying to paralyze the pieces, it feels like, okay, I have time to play check and take the pawn later. So King G6 was played, getting out of the pin, and so that he's able to move his knight. Queen captures E6, and this is the current position.
And it's looking problematic for black.
It looks equal as long as nothing dramatic happens.
Well, it looks equal, fine, but again, it's looking scary for black. You're saying the queen, the knight closer to your king, and you are over here.
Yeah,
you are over here. Your own queen is on A3, doing what precisely?
But let's just say knight F5, maybe.
Knight F5. How do you maneuver in there? Do you go D6 first and also go to D6 first? Exchanging the queens doesn't work. No, sorry, you can't do D6. That's terrible. That's ridiculous. Maybe D8 in order to be able to play queen check.
Yeah, but knight D8, you mean?
Yeah, knight D8.
Yeah, but that was one of the ideas that queen D6 might.
Now I want to force
exchange of queens.
Now it looks drawish.
Yeah,
it's still drawish mostly, anyways. Which game is about to end? I think we are putting the camera on Dirovsky and Bomo, and it's still.
Yeah, the game is hot, but it looks like Bomo is going to win soon. Probably is going to try to promote one of the pawns and win the game.
Bomo is completely cruising because that's a whole queen. Your queen is off the board.
Well, he has a bishop and a knight for it.
Bishop and the rook, you mean?
Bishop and the rook.
But it's not enough. Is it?
No. Here, in this particular position, he's also down a pawn, so it's 2 pawns, so it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Exactly. It's not. It's just a matter of
technique.
Yeah, but
or time, rather.
He's trying to play maybe after B3 takes
pawn push. What?
That if the pawn goes, he's trying to play rook here, trying to say, okay,
wait, hold on a second.
I have control of this.
No, hold on a second. Why do you have to take back?
Exactly. Why do you have to take back? You can just push the pawn. That is exactly what I was about to say, and then you just queen. So
that's and the A pawn and it's in the building. Actually, I learned it from this grandmaster that we call the H pawn Harry.
Is it Ginger GM?
Ginger GM, yeah, Ginger GM. So in my own case, I'm like, no, all these pawns are potential queens, so give them female names. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely agree.
Until they change to other piece.
I absolutely agree. So this is just here, and then we have queen captures here, and then you now move your queen away, and then now you have 2 pawns. But maybe he tries to he will try to harass the king a little bit, just a little bit. Like after queen captures, he will play check. He will start checking you a little bit for a few moments. And then once you have gotten out of the check,
so what's
you
next?
would
You take the
do
pawn.
this, and then
You take the bishop.
Will take the bishop. And I believe
That's faster.
That's
GG's.
That's an easy way to win the game.
But Odrowski is still playing. That's interesting.
Yeah, but it's the national championship. You play to the end, yeah. No, but this is not that. This is the position. Okay, so
That's the point.
okay, so instead of even pushing the pawn, which I was advocating for, instead he checks him,
To take the pawn, then push the pawn.
Does he want to push it?
But then, how do we go ahead with this?
Well, I'm even
Queen
well,
A2.
Yeah, Queen E7 maybe.
Queen E7 check, tempo.
Yeah.
But you don't have the time to push the pawn yet. The pawn just stays like that, right? You just want the pawn to just stay like that. You just
No,
use your queen
you're
to.
going to capture the rook and then capture.
Oh.
So let's say king here, maybe
Oh,
check.
that takes the rook. That takes the rook.
Yeah, but you take the rook, the bishop takes.
Pawn push.
Pawn
No.
push. Yeah, pawn push. What's the problem?
Okay, pawn push, yes, come here. Yeah, come here, sure. Pawn push,
So
yes, go
pawn
ahead.
Push. And then bishop anywhere. And then we have pawn to
Pawn push, and
A2.
you promote to A1. And you promote to queen.
Promote with queen. So
And it's in building, one more time.
so yeah.
or Angela. Oh.
I'm trying to think about.
Another name for A.
Let me not say what I was about.
You want to
About
say
to
it,
say
say
on
whatever it is you want to say.
So we're going to play the move. Yeah. Anita. It's fine.
Anita sounds nice, right?
Yes.
That is the A part. Okay, I think we have some fantastic guests in the building, and they would like us. Probably we can show your faces. No, just come closer. Just to come closer, don't worry. Come closer. Come into the studio.
Yeah, the future of
The futures of Nigerian chess. Come
Nigerian
forward, let them
So-
see your face. Say hello to the camera. Just see.
Let me
just
see if
wave.
I can move a
Let's go
little
a little bit closer.
so that
Say hi. Say hi, everyone.
are you all playing the kids section?
Yes, sir.
You guys are playing. So how are your games going?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. What's the name?
Prevail.
Prevail. Yes, you. Praise you.
David.
Mr. David, that kid Goliath, right? And you?
Joseph.
Joseph, the dreamer. That's interesting. So how are your games going, guys?
Fine, it's okay.
So were you able to see the people playing in the invitational section?
Yes, sir.
All right. So one day, do you want to be able to play there and win the national championship?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
All right.
That's
Fantastic.
It's good to have you guys around.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay. Bye for now.
Yeah.
Yes, watch out for them, guys. Watch out for them. Especially the Joseph the dreamer.
All right.
Okay, we're back here.
All right. So, future of Nigerian chess. Some of them you just saw now. That's the beauty of national sport. The national chess championship. The kids, they'll be able to see the best of the best playing. They'll be inspired. I remember some of the stories by the world champions. They would say, oh, they saw Kasparov playing. When they were young, they went to maybe a tournament. They played the Simon against him, and that was how they got inspired into, really, really trying their best. So it's nice to see the kids around.
Please, and can you please switch to the female? I want to see
Oh,
if
yes,
we
yes.
have any female game that is almost over, so we'll be able to call them
Onaja's
to
won
the
again.
stream.
Chiamaka is a piece up.
Chiamaka is a piece of. It would be wonderful having Chiamaka on the stream, but with the piece of, how does it look like she can? Our opponent is trying. Can she create? Oh, okay. Because I'm trying to see how to go ahead with this. Do I move my king all the way after? Should I play G4? Should I play G4? Just move
It's
on.
a dark square bishop.
It's a dark square bishop, yes. So, or should I move my king all the way to just move the king all the way towards the light squares and just leave that pressure on that diagonal. Of course, the other pawn, the A pawn doesn't do anything. It can't go anywhere. It takes bishop going back to C1, and that's the end of Solomon Grundy for that pawn on that side of the board. So how can she get in there with the king? That's the question. In.
Who used to play white to play?
White to play.
Okay, let's start with king g2.
King G2.
What do you want to play as black?
King D2, maybe just King H5,
King H5, but then there comes King H3.
King H3. Oopsie.
So what you're going to do is you're going to waste time.
Waste time
You
by playing.
play-
Should I make waste time with F? Okay.
No, just bishop here. Just bishop here, like you're just waiting. Now is Zugzwang because black doesn't have any good moves, and then you're going to bring your king in.
Ouch. Hmm.
But okay, wait. King G6, king in. Okay, but
There's
then
nothing because
no matter which side you go to, you start to make progress. So if the king goes to this side, first of all you capture, and then you make some progress. And
yes.
then,
Now gaining the opposition all
Yeah.
through, and you go and wrap things up from the back. Yeah.
And if the king goes here,
You still take all the same.
you take
Takes. Then you still get the chance to go wrap things up from the back.
okay. So
I don't know. Does it look like Odiron is
but wait,
resigning or what just
what
happened?
has happened? I just saw. Let me go back to the live position. Oh my goodness! Oh
Jeez.
my goodness! That is the worst move on the board.
Jeez.
That is the one thing you should not do, because now this is the side your king wants to come through.
Well, that's a draw. Because if she's thinking, probably she was thinking she wants to go through the queen side,
Oh my
but the black king will be able to get to that king side to to the queen side to defend.
I was just about to say that whatever you do, make
Don't push
sure
this
you
one.
don't play G4.
Well,
But I just thought, okay, it's not even necessary to say it because, I think everybody knows that.
ouch.
Yeah, because now there is no entry
No
anymore.
entry, no exit.
Yeah, because let's show, for instance, what will happen. A3,
King.
the king, let's say the king just goes all the way here.
Yeah.
Let's say the king goes all the way here.
Yeah, to C7. It's
C7.
just, there is nothing. There's just nothing. You just have to stay there. It's not as if the black king will also, black pieces also won't have any progress coming forward. And
Yeah.
white also.
And then you can
that's
just
this
keep
is
your
just it.
pawns
And
like
that's
this.
all.
And the idea you might have had that, oh, okay, I'm just going to sacrifice my bishop like this.
doesn't
It doesn't
work.
work because
It-
the pawn gets here faster.
First,
before-
faster.
So this is just a draw.
Ouch.
That's just
Ah,
that's lack of end game knowledge right there. So
ouch.
king here would just have been good.
Oh, okay. Oh, quick pen, and I don't want you going in the draw. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
that was
That's really interesting.
that
And
was
somebody is saying we didn't have a female guest in this tournament. We did have a female guest. We had Quick Pen Deborah here
yeah, we
yesterday.
had quick pen in the studio yesterday.
Yeah, the thing, what usually happens is when they are done with their games, they just, like jets or flash, they're gone. So before we get there to pick them, they're already on their table. So that's one of the challenges that we have.
I'm surprised to see. Okay, she was trying to. Is she trying to play for a win now? Oh no! That change of structure is not good.
Then I think Abiola Keshe said he was going to come here. Did he show up?
Yes, he did.
He did. Thank you very much.
He did. Okay,
And you have to explain his draw against Balogun. His teammate Balogun.
Yeah, he explained his draw. He also helped to dive deep into some of these other games.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that Olisa Tennyson is not just completely winning. A few moments ago, it looked like he was about to win, but now what I'm seeing is completely different. G4, why G4? Like, everything here is good.
So
Like, you could just play maybe a move like Bishop B5.
hitting on the knight.
What is your opponent going to do? Okay, maybe he just felt like this is a fortress. Or what? Is it a fortress?
What sort of fortress are we looking at?
Okay, I think I see what his idea is. But let's go back. G4.
Give me a second.
How do you break through? How do you break through? Now, if there is one man I've been looking at that, oh, okay, whenever, Bomo, I just finished. Whenever, I am, in trouble tactically, that will help me to get, find my way through the tactics. You have the man behind the scenes, the great man, all teams of Africa, is here with me, joining me in the studio. Great to have you.
Always good to be around.
Great. So, the tactical parts of these games, you have not been there to help guide me through, but it's finally great to have you.
It's good to be here.
How has it been?
Well,
the national championship in general.
The national championship has been very interesting. We have over 200 kids playing in the section, in the junior section, and it's been quite interesting to see the fact that parents would sacrifice to ensure that their children get the best out of this event. And well, hopefully we'll be able to ensure that everybody enjoys their time in this place.
Okay. Well, before we quickly help me dive into the games, let's welcome the winner of this round between the game between FM Bomo and I am Odion. Please join us. We were. Oh, yes, it's great to see you.
Before you dive into it, I need to tell the whole community something. You see, this is the secret behind Bomo's wins.
He didn't pay for this.
Yes, they are the sponsors. Yes, they are the sponsors of this event. They're part of the sponsors. You see, Lasena water, I keep saying it. Once you drink this water, you deliver. How many did you drink?
I think 3 bottles.
3 bottles. Just minimum of 3 that you deliver.
All right. So we were looking at the game. We were like, you were not spending so much time in the opening, and then you suddenly had a very good position that this has to be Bomo's preparation. Home cooking. Home cooking. So it was nice to see. It seems like H3 is also something that you saw. But take us through what you want to tell us about the opening.
It's very easy to prepare against Odion because he will always play the London system. So I decided to just go out for something that will make him uncomfortable, placing his bishops on F4 and all that, just to startle him a bit because there's some kind of slow development I noticed in the London system. Yeah, and I have to take advantage of B2 here.
Okay,
Queen to B6 at this point, in my home preparation. But I think here maybe B3 is his best option. Yeah. So after here D6, now D6 I'm threatening to go knight H5
when he plays E3.
When he plays E3.
Yeah.
And I think H3 at this point is not it's not good. I think he should have just maybe transposed to something else.
Yeah, because it's a bit slow, yeah?
Yeah, it's slow. Then now the move here is C5.
C5, that was the
home prep. C5, of course, I know he's not going to take, but taking is the best move at this point. He takes C4. So usually London players who want to hold on
keep
to that
their structure,
front three, the triangle.
Yeah.
So
don't be dogmatic, guys. If the situation changes, don't just stay okay. Or in the London we always play E3 C3, so I'll play E3 C3. If the situation changes, just
you have to transpose into something. Yeah. So E3 from here. I think I'm good.
Yeah.
I think it was at this point. Yeah, he actually did not see this my home prep.
E5. Okay. Yeah.
E5 looks like.
Yeah, we're talking about it that Bishop is going to come to C5 because in many positions in London, this idea actually comes up where, Bishop just comes to C5, putting pressure, and it seems like he has not even developed any of his pieces.
Yes, I think that's the main problem.
Yeah.
I just have 2 more moves to. So the pawn sacrifice was basically to get my pieces out. And
how do we switch off the engine? Didn't want to.
Okay.
Didn't want that to show up on the screen. Okay, so we'll just leave it like that. Okay,
So-
but we're going to say that after you got this very nice opening, but somehow it seems like there was no easy way. Like you had better development. You had your opponent's king is in the center. Your opponent's pieces are not coordinated. But then there was no like knockout.
Yeah,
blow.
no, yeah. With all these preparations, you only end up getting a playable position, which I wanted to have
Yeah.
against him. And then maybe, of course, I'm black. Draw is not a bad result.
No, but here, I'm sure you already
here,
think about winning.
Of course, I was. And it was only winning in my mind at this point. So
But when you feel like maybe you could have increased the pressure, because at some point it seemed like he got his king G3, he got his king to G2, and then it was maybe stabilizing a bit.
yeah, I saw that I had to switch plans because of the position of his queen. I knew at some point you have to deal with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the knight will definitely, yeah.
So
He's going to
D6, what were the other things that you considered here?
Yeah, I want to bring out my bishop. I really don't know the exact place, but I want to put pressure on G2 also. Yeah, those are the things in my mind. At the same time, I want to make sure he can't get any move with his only rook with a tempo. Those
Yeah.
are the things I'm actually calculating.
Okay. So this, and then some moves were played.
Yeah,
I didn't want
thank
this engine to destroy our analysis.
Yeah.
But okay, it's fine. Maybe
You can stop it from
where that
this next one. Yeah.
this one.
Yeah.
Is it possible to switch it off? I'm not really seeing how to switch it off.
Okay, it's fine. So from here, I just probably wanted to.
Fishnet analysis. Okay, best arrow evaluation keeps. Let me remove all that. Okay.
So I just wanted to stay around the king.
Yeah.
But of course, I didn't. That 9c3 move took me by surprise because he started controlling all the central squares.
All
of
the
a sudden,
important squares, yeah? Okay.
And then after this, I had to make sure it's not going to, just come out of this opening without me getting something. So yeah, all this I calculated to the up to the point he lost his queen.
Up to the okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he must make this move and then this, leaving his queen just
Okay. And then he had to
putting an eye on f2. So
give up the exchange, the queen there. But here it didn't seem so easy. It didn't seem like it was a straightforward way to win.
Really,
Yeah,
I just need to get one of the rooks out of the board. So I have to find the right way to do it without compromising my pawn structure.
Yeah, but for instance, does he have to exchange the rooks? Maybe just keep. The
Yeah,
position.
maybe he would have doubled on
Yeah.
d file. I think that should have been his.
Because we're wondering that okay, let's say he doubles and just keeps everything intact and he's just looking at you. How are you going to make progress?
One way or the other, the queen. So when you have the queen, of course I have. I just move my queen to c5, play g5. If I get the knight off the board, his knight is kind of well positioned. So I just need to get it out of that f4 square.
Yeah, but what we were surprised was that he was willing to just exchange pieces. Like it seemed like he exchanged the knight willingly.
I think maybe he felt he had the fortress
With the bishop on
bishop, of course I had a lot of maneuvers with my queen to.
Yeah, I think you played that part of the game. And once you exchanged rooks, you played this part of the game. It was
Yes,
amazing.
it was kind of straightforward.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't straightforward, but the way he did it was instructive.
Oh really?
Yeah, because you played Queen C1. Of course, you didn't capture on B2 because you didn't want maybe Rook D7.
Yes.
So we're just watching, A5 first of all, just keeping.
No, he
everything.
doesn't have Rook D7 first.
Yeah.
So of
Yeah,
course,
because
he give me
of Queen
pawn at this
C6.
point. I'm looking for a way to open up the board, and then he plays.
He plays H5. Yes.
Definitely, I'll grab it.
So check and then. Yeah, and then the conversion from here was really good. F6.
No fear is
From here is trivial.
C3.
We're even looking at maybe Queen E7 check, but it seems like Queen D6. The move you chose was more than perfect.
Yeah, the king is open, so I don't need the king to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to keep checking.
check, and then we take the rook, and it's just the end. Okay, so very nice opening preparation, and then you just executed a very major man. Well, that's really nice. So 2 out of 3. Anything? We don't want to bring back bad memories, but anything about your game yesterday in the afternoon?
Oh yeah, it's another game I prepared so well and then ended up missing castling on move 31. Yeah, it hurts, but anyway, I'm over it. I think this game is a kind of consolation.
This one is this was a very well played game. So we're happy to see like preparation, and then conversion. Yeah.
Actually, I prepared this for him in the sports festival.
Oh, okay, but you didn't play him.
I didn't get to play him.
Oh, it was me you played. It was me you played. All right. So no problem. All the best in your next game.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
So once again, FM Bomo with not just full hair, but with Lasena water, showing how to win games with really great preparation and very nice execution. Yeah. So okay, so now we just finished the game. Just finished. Olisa Tennyson just won his game. Wait, did he just win or did he just draw? His game against Bartholomew. We actually don't know how that game ended. Right. All right. We have I am elect Olisa Tennyson here with us once again. We actually don't have what happened in the final moments. Was it a win?
Yeah, he flagged.
Ooh.
He flagged.
Ooh.
It took too long before he took the pawn.
Oh, we were wondering that. So in this position, he flagged.
Yeah, in this position.
Wow. We didn't even. Did we get that on camera? I think the live video feed was on them.
Yeah.
Okay, but we were analyzing the game between Bomo then. Wow. Okay, so but here it seemed like at this point. Sorry, before we go maybe into the open or anything like that, it seemed like a pawn up. With Bishop that you win, and then it didn't look easy. I was trying to find a way to win.
But that was where I realized that there's problem here. Maybe I should have gone B4 here.
B4 or the immediate Bishop F3.
Bishop F3, he'll play knight E7. I move my king, he moves his king. I move my king again. Then the knight goes to Bishop F3, knight E7. King F1, King F7, King E2, King E6, King see the same thing. King goes to E3, knight
and
goes
then the knight still stops you from.
So that was a very annoying.
Yeah, the knight getting to B4 was actually a bit.
So I was like, maybe we say B4, then maybe he will not play knight B6 or so.
But wait, B4. Then knight B6.
Because B4, if he plays knight E7, I'll play B5.
Yeah, so B5. So that's an idea. But what about also using the bishop to make sure that the knight can never get to all the squares where to gain access to C6? Like just using the bishop to bind all those squares.
Bishop B5.
And then the knight never gets. Because if he doesn't get C6, if he doesn't get A6. Because that B4 squares, that king can just go to.
That was the easiest way to do it. Like literally the easiest way to do it.
I'm not sure. I'm just asking.
No, that was easy because Bishop B5, the knight will never get to
C6. Yeah.
And the only place the knight can attack that pawn on D7 is at C6 or E6.
Yeah.
So before it gets to E6, it's going to take a lot of time. So that would have been better. Then I'll just leave that bishop. Then the king can go through the dark squares and go for that pawn. That would have been better. Just one move, just missed the whole thing.
Yeah, because suddenly it was just not easy. I was just not seeing the way to convert it easily. Maybe the computer is always saying you are better, but It was just not clear. And I saw that was why maybe you felt like, okay, let me just play G4 or something like that.
I was like, okay, at this point, I have to just change and make him think something. Well, at the end of the day, when I realized that final position, I feel that's winning.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let me see. What does it say? Just gives. Okay, yeah, it gives you a good advantage. So at this point, I think he had already misplayed it again.
Yeah, then 9 bishop here.
Okay, so you had been able to make some
So
progress,
bishop
yeah.
takes h7.
And then
When bishop comes back to f6, and I'll push g6, and after g6,
wait, sorry. So bishop
takes
h7.
h7.
Yeah.
What does black play? Let's say he plays
h4 maybe.
h4, then.
Oh wait. Can't you do something to stop your king from coming in? Oh, but you have bishop e8.
Takes
Yeah.
that pawn.
So bishop here. There's always bishop e8
Yeah,
taking the pawn. So if you can't do that, then maybe he has to play h4.
yeah, h4, bishop f5.
Where you just play bishop f5. And how do you make progress?
So what does he play? Let's say knight b4,
Okay, knight b4.
knight b4. I could even just go this thing. Which of the pawns am I even pushing?
Is this the ISG place for the king, or should it go closer a little bit and then before deciding?
I feel like at the end of the day, I might give up that pawn on d4.
D4, yeah. Okay.
Let's say king d2,
King d2,
knight c6,
knight c6,
king e3.
king d3.
Yeah, d3. How does he play?
Okay, so you want to try to come here for this one?
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
giving him the tempo.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
What does he play?
No, but this looks like it should eventually lead to the win.
Yeah, because I just want to take those pawns and still looking funny.
Yeah.
Still looking very funny. Just one move, bishop b5.
But also here, before we go back maybe to the opening and everything, we were wondering that you didn't want to first of all play bishop a6.
No. Because if I played bishop a6, we play rook to d6. So if I take
Rook to what?
the rook that's been attacked to
Yeah.
d8. I
Okay.
mean, so like bishop
Okay, so let's say bishop a6,
rook
rook
d8
d8
takes.
takes. Okay.
Then queen b4.
Queen b4. But the queen and the rook, wouldn't they?
It's 9. I didn't time. Oh, I have bishop back to f1.
Wouldn't they cause the opponent a lot of trouble here? For example, just even queen h6 here, threatening rook times g6.
For what? For why?
You're going to take the.
You can't take it now. The king will go to this thing.
Okay, but what does it play here first of all? Because you have a lot of threats. You have h5. You have a few threats.
Yeah, true. I was thinking he plays what's it called? Queen e1 check.
Queen what? e1.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe bishop f1, just holding everything.
Then rook c8.
Rook c8.
Yeah.
Isn't there takes, and then h5?
h5, knight e7.
Isn't there takes, and h5?
h5, knight e7. That's the thing.
Okay. Maybe.
Rook down.
No, mate.
There's a mate.
But it's knight d7 maybe.
Knight d7 disrupts the plan.
Okay. I see. Like so what we're saying was takes, h5, knight e7. Still looks much better, but maybe it's not so easy.
Yeah,
Queen
maybe.
h4 attacking here.
Yeah, I think it's better to keep the queens on the board in this position.
But queen h4, how does he even respond to queen h4?
True. So like let's say he eventually plays Oh, this is winning. Yeah, this is winning because like king f7.
Yeah, queen check.
Then queen there, then pawn put.
Them in this.
Yeah, that was winning.
Yeah, so it seemed like there were many ways to win it, but you just wanted to win simple and
I told her up a pawn, just be going now.
and you had to win on time. You had done all the hard work and you were almost.
But that opening was so annoying. Like we captured the first pawn at move 28.
Yeah, but I was telling them about I was telling people about my secret idea in this opening. That here after bishop g4 that I usually play h3. Did you consider h3?
Yeah, I was like, it's too soon.
Yeah, but the problem is that they can't take the pawn
Why?
because of queen e2. Just grabbing the pawn back. So now you have my opening preparation. I'm giving you my secret opening preparation because of b5.
Yeah,
Knight captures b5. So
okay.
that was this thing. But we were saying that that's probably the reason why you played b3 so that you don't.
In
lose the
general,
c4
at this point,
pawn.
I just wanted to develop my pieces. I don't
Pieces,
want to do too much. Like when I played this, then at this point I was looking like, okay, yeah, this is going to be a very, very boring opening.
Yeah, but you always have the two bishops and everything like that.
Yeah,
so.
just try to set one small trap. I was like, just forget about it now.
So yeah, I think the trap is that
Just
you play knight
knight
times
takes,
d5, and if queen captures,
Okay, good
there
check.
is knight check and rook
Mm.
times e1 for those that are at home, and then after queen here, bishop here. But we're expecting d times c4. What are you going to
No,
do
just
here?
bishop takes.
Yeah, but we thought that this. Okay, we thought we always wanted to capture with the pawn.
No.
Okay. So just bishop takes. All right. So, and then where did you feel like he missed it and he was starting to get into trouble?
He don't know how to play too. So when he played f5, I was like, okay, yeah, he doesn't have ideas anymore. f5 was just bad. f5
Yeah.
was just completely terrible.
He just allowed you to get
Yeah,
this
lots of
grip on
space.
all these dark squares. What about bishop a3? I know you wanted to win simple, but you consider bishop a3, bishop here, pawn to d6, or you just wanted to say, okay, I'm just going to exchange dark square bishop and
I
win
knew some-
easy.
Like I was seeing the variation where I win a pawn, so I was like, let me just go for that one.
Okay.
From here, I was like, okay, there's always a chance for me to win the pawn, and if it does not like try to protect it, I'll just go for like a
Which
king.
pawn is that? Okay, this d5 pawn.
D5 pawn. So I want to
Okay.
play like knight f4. Then if
Four.
it does not try to pull those two rooks, I'll eventually capture, and I'll be able to
On-
sack the piece because I will push what's it called, a4.
Okay, and then
Okay.
chase this thing.
Yeah, I'll just sack it. So when
Yeah.
I went for it, let me just solidify the position then.
Yeah, we saw that you wanted to first play h4, so you played g3, h4, so
Yeah.
that all this knight is just secure and
Yeah.
excellent, and then after that a4,
Yeah,
a4, a5, and the position just breaks apart.
yeah.
So it seemed like he didn't really play this middle game part well.
I not play it properly.
Okay.
I not play the whole game properly.
No, not. I'm talking about him, not you. You
Okay.
seem to have played this well. You seem to play everything well now. You played all the right moves: a4, a5, a6, putting pressure on the queen side. It was almost excellent until maybe
Bishop.
where
Bishop
the end
before.
game.
Just bishop before, that's the completely winning end game. Like the knight will never be able to play.
The conversion part, because everything was good. Even this rook maneuver looked excellent.
Yeah.
Rook here to come here.
Those rooks were dancing.
Yeah, the pressure on this pawn is just the pressure on his position is just too much, and this
Yeah.
queen is just
I could have even stalled taking the pawn. Like when he played queen e7, No, when he played queen e7,
yeah.
then just play rook
C5 first of all.
Yeah, rook c5.
Yeah.
Just leave it there because you can never defend the pawn.
He has no active
You can
moves
never
or
defend
nothing.
the pawn. I can even decide to not just go for the pawn like that and just like go for b4.
Okay, b4, b5 or
Yeah,
something like that, and
something like
try
that.
to win. Yeah. Okay. So excellent game. Nice win. Congratulations. We hope to see more of you in the studio where
Yep.
you'll be explaining some of your great ideas to us. Hopefully, the conversions will be easier. All right. So thank you very much. I am Elect Tennyson, Super Zonal Champion, Weakling. Great to have him here. And all right, so I think there's only one more game going on. I think there's only one more game going on in the male section. Let's see what's happening there. That's Keyi Lucky Musa versus Tersee, and it seems like the game is heading towards a draw. So let's see how they were able to make progress. Okay, so after Queen D7, King G6 takes Queen B4. Queen captures on B3. Okay, so able to, just exchange some pawns. All right, so this one looks like it's going to be a draw. The game between Abdusalam Azizat, Michael Bridget. Yeah, Abdusalam Azizat made a huge mistake there, allowing our opponent to get a position where she can chase the knight away. And once the knight gets out of this square, okay, once the knight has to go out of this square, then, it's not easy. It's not easy anymore. So rook captures on h5, and it should be conversion. So maybe we would have Michael Bridget to explain to us some of the tactical ideas he had in the game. And the game between Omori Sandra and Samson Peace looks like, let's see what's happening here. What's happening here? Okay, so there is king captures h4, rook captures, king here, knight, rook. Maybe this knight can't come here because of knight d6. So if not, then rook down, rook down. Knight d6. This is a bit confusing. You know what? Let's look at it again. So there are two options for white that I can see. Pawn captures. Maybe the idea here is king f7, attacking the knight. But that can't be the idea. No, that can't be the idea. So pawn f7. What's his idea? Okay, e5. Maybe that's the idea. e5. Okay, so king h4 has been played. Now we're expecting, so because they are so low on time, it's possible for a big blunder to happen in this game. Okay, this is the current position, king g3, and then now the question is where this rook is going to. The rook can go here, maybe. Okay, let's see what is happening. Ah, FM Ajibola Olanrewaju is here and he's going to try to show us his win in this round against FM Abdurrahman. So, interesting game.
Yeah. I got an handshake from you.
Yes. yes. We all know that that's the reason. Although I didn't know that who your opponent was going to be.
Was going to be a very good friend.
Well, so interesting game. We're looking at it. We're saying that it seems like you just got a grip along the point where you captured on E5.
Yes.
Point.
Although I was a bit surprised. Well, you probably will, and I was surprised with G6. You can go back a bit. Go back a bit.
Okay.
Go back. Okay, so at this point, I did a lot of thinking because the normal call system is Bishop D3, Bishop B2, castle, and just play for the E.
So Bishop D3, Bishop
but
B2.
But you see,
and then play for the Howitz Bishop.
I'm just play for the E5 square. Okay, so that's the normal thing. But when he now played knight C6.
Knight C6, okay.
So now there's trouble. I can't play Bishop
B2.
E3. No, Bishop
D3.
B2, yeah.
D3
because of Bishop P. Now, in a funny way, it starts having a very good position. Now I have to play Bishop B2 at that point. Then, everything just looks...
But I'm surprised. I was saying that both of us played this position in the National Sports Festival. I was black, and so I thought like you already had all this.
We played, you and I.
Yes.
This exact position.
Yes.
No, I'm not sure.
This was the position, and then I played some Bishop G4, and then
Oh really?
Yeah. I was. We've played this position maybe twice even.
I'm a bit surprised. Maybe not this exact. I think what we played, I don't know, you probably have a better memory, but I'm not sure because this was a bit problematic for me. Yeah,
the only thing is I can't remember, because I think your setup was Bishop B2, you played A3 to prevent me from playing Knight B4 at some point, you played Knight D2.
But maybe you didn't take immediately.
No, I took. Because this is the way I play, D4, D5. I usually play C5 very early.
Without E6?
Of course, no, without E6. This was how you won the game we played last time.
I captured and defended.
Yes. So, I always play C5.
Oh, okay.
So, but G6 came out as a surprise.
G6 came out, and I felt G6 just maybe
I remember
made it easier for me.
G6 a long time ago, and I think that's actually one of the moves the computer likes. But I don't understand how to continue, so I just felt maybe...
I felt it just made it a bit, I just became a bit comfortable after G6, yeah. And so for me, again, it was AAA, so you have to be very careful with AAA. All I wanted to do was just castle. Just castle. You can't take chances with AAA, So I think what helped me was my regard for him. I knew he's not someone you can play anything funny. You have to be very accurate. So.
Okay, knight captures on E5. This one.
So this one, I had to capture back, but I was surprised with knight back.
Knight D7. Yes. Okay, we were expecting knight E4.
Yes, I was thinking it would come in. So for me, it was a bit easy for me. So maybe he was thinking I would capture
on D5 and he would capture on E5.
Yes, but for me it was a bit easy for me.
Yeah.
So now I like that move. I like knight
C3 is
pumping,
forcing him to and then you get your knight to D6. Yeah, once you got your knight to D6, but the move
but you see, the D6 was not it wasn't actually a main thing that I was targeting. What I was targeting was the C4 push. That
was exactly what I was saying. But even the move he made the C4 push stronger.
Yes.
Yeah, because once he played C4, his diagonal is weak.
Everything,
But I was surprised here that, so we can't see, the engine is off.
Okay.
But I was surprised because I thought the evaluation of the computer would be a little bit bigger than it was. But around here, it still was saying maybe just +1. I actually thought it maybe even +0.81.
Oh, really?
I thought it was going to be higher, but the computer practically,
this is
it's difficult to. It's difficult to.
I'm a pawn up and
and now you have to give up the.
So yeah, I felt he wanted to do rook takes
on e5,
on
yeah.
e5 and complicate. But if he had done rook takes, bishop takes, just rook d1, bishop takes. So just rook d1. I wasn't going to move the knight. Just rook, yes, a rook to d1. Yeah, just stop a potential bishop check. Then now I'm threatening knight f7.
Okay, and that's just
everything just
So after knight f5, this was just.
So from here, I just knew, don't allow him play. Don't allow him play. Just from here. Now at this point, I felt
then
it was easy.
Once you got, you even. Okay.
I gave take your guy back and let me put my bishop there. And
d6, yeah. So this, and then it was just
everything.
Just spike checks. Okay. So great day in the office. Do you need an handshake?
Yes, I think.
No, but it's a win now. If you get a handshake, it might go back to yeah.
And I'm playing all these young boys. These boys are problematic now. I'm playing Kunkene, so that's gonna be some anyway. But
yeah, but once the move C4 appeared on the board, at this point it was once the move C4 appeared, it was the.
Interestingly, I was expecting the B5, and I knew it was a blunder. So. But when he played it, I didn't want to show any disrespect. Just look at it again and be sure that that's a free pawn.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So very nice game.
Yeah. Thanks.
We are wishing you the best of luck in your game against Ekuke Goodness.
Yeah.
So I think that's all in the mail section. Tersee and K.E. Musa Lucky ended in a draw. So
yeah, K.E. Musa is playing quite well. He's quite decent.
You felt him, up close?
Yes, I did. I did.
Yeah, we were talking about this game. So we don't think Chiamaka can win at all.
No.
So, but the problem was at this point in the game, we were saying that G4 was a terrible move. Because here she was winning because she just brings a
king in and then she locked it up. Why would she play somewhere? I don't know.
Yeah, probably she thought she was going to just get a king here, but maybe forgetting that the opponent will just play a6 and there is no entry. Yeah.
But why would she? Because
maybe she was afraid of some, ghosts that our opponents
just
can
king
also
up,
have
king
some
up, king
counterplay.
up. I don't know.
Yeah. We looked at king here,
and
king here,
then king up again.
King here, and then if your opponent makes a move, you just
waste
some tempo.
Eventually she has to go back.
To give up the square, and then you just gain entry. So it was, I think it's a learning.
It's good for her anyway.
Yeah.
She keeps on learning.
Yeah, and then okay, this final one. Any thoughts about the game between Samson Peace and Omoru?
Samson is white.
Samson is white.
That's a protected pass pawn. White is a pawn up.
Well, this pawn is looking like it's going to fall.
But I think white is winning here.
How?
Just take the pawn,
Okay,
step your king.
How do you want to do?
Just take the pawn with the knight.
Take the pawn. Let's say this is played.
That protected pass pawn wins. Yeah, take with the rook.
Okay, so let's say you play
king up and king up. We are just going in with the king.
king up where?
Yeah, just going.
But wait.
But there's even check and pick the pawn.
Why did we need to after knight capture? Yeah, after why did we need to?
Why not just walk on the pin, right?
Yes, like even just king
here,
up, and then ask you how you want to escape this pin.
Go back, please.
Okay.
Maybe not capture immediately. King. How about king up? What's wrong with king up? Oh, there's check. You have to go back. No, that's not good. It's a bit. There has to be a way.
Has to be a way.
Yeah, there has to be a way.
Why does it have to be a way?
There has to be a way.
Yeah, but the bishop too is not bad now. He's holding a very important pawn, and black king is also active. In fact, it looks as if it's white that has some weaknesses. Why should it be?
There has to be a way.
For who?
For white.
I don't understand why there has to be a way. That is what I'm trying to understand. Because the king also can just, come here, protect. His rook also can become active. Like, it looks like
You see,
it should be
why
equal.
I'm saying there has to be a way is I can see the protected pass pawn is on the dark square. They are on the dark square. So those are good pawns.
Okay.
So now, okay, fine. We have a pawn there that we need to watch. We also need to watch our own pawn there. Yes, because of so maybe just maybe.
Shouldn't there be equality since we have trumps, they also have trumps? Like white has trumps, black has trumps.
But I don't know. I just feel there has to be a way. Night there, night here.
I would actually prefer this position for black in a game. That's like I'm feeling like my bishop.
Okay,
can
so
always
knight
hold.
takes. If I take with the knight, okay.
Let's start with this move first.
Okay. I feel there has to be a
Let
way.
me see. Okay, let's start with this.
Okay, so just king back,
King where?
one step back. Yeah.
Okay, but then isn't there bishop captures?
That's why I'm saying there has to be a way. I have a protected pass pawn. You're going to go into some soup, except it's possible to draw it too. The rook takes.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Mm.
I'm coming. Wait, let's first explore this game first. Let's
You
explore
take.
it.
I take. I take. I step opposition. Okay. Yeah, just step. Yeah.
Let's say I don't do anything. If I don't want to make progress,
Okay, king up. I'm going after your pawn. Okay, so I'm queening with a check.
is that queen with a check? Who do we have? That means okay.
Okay, so let me allow.
Abdusalam Azizad. Ah.
The other Karana fan girl. She wants to talk about her loss. She actually wants to.
Okay.
She was venting over there. I'm like, you want to talk about it on there? She's like, yes, okay.
I think she's quite impressive anyway. Yeah, come on, sit down.
Fabiano Karana fan girl.
All right. Okay,
All
guys.
right.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you very much, FM Ajibola Olanrewaju, for showing us his game. And now we have the famous or infamous Fabiano Caruana fangirl. She's always very active on WhatsApp national group, and here she is in person. So this is Abdusalam Azizat. Can you were feeling a bit down about your loss. What happened? Where do you feel like you missed it? Do you have anything that you want to?
I've not analyzed the game yet, but I felt like, let me see, how do I,
Yeah, here
Yeah,
we're
bishop.
asking about bishop d6. That shouldn't it be knight f6 first of all, so that you won't have to move your bishop again?
yeah. When I played it, I knew I fucked up there. Yeah, with that bishop move. Because he had to move again.
Yes. Okay. So bishop d2, knight f6, castles. Okay, let's switch up the engine so that we don't disturb your show analysis, best move arrow, evaluation gauge, off. Okay, so maybe you can just continue.
Okay. I think these moves are normal.
Yeah.
Here.
Knight c4. Another tempo on your bishop.
I missed I missed knight to c4 again. Another tempo on my bishop. I had to move it back. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
here we liked the move bishop a5. We thought it provokes your
Weakness.
some weaknesses on your king side. Yeah, but then after that, we're also thinking that okay, she's going to move a knight and then get to play pawn to c4. But let's just go to the some critical points.
I felt like this queen move was it
The
was
queen F3?
affecting me. Yeah, because of if I move my knight, that c6 pawn
Yeah.
is pinned to my king. So
Yeah.
that was what I was looking at like for most part of the game.
Okay. We wanted to ask you some questions. For instance, here, if you knew that your opponent is going to play a3, okay, let's just go on with the position knight d6, and then you felt like okay, let me just give up the exchange at least.
I thought the position was still audible.
Here, abi?
Yeah.
Then bishop here, rook d7. Okay, so first of all, bishop d4. Did you consider rook times d4?
Bishop d4.
Like,
rook takes
sorry,
d4.
rook times d4. Yeah, sorry. Did you
Like when?
in this position instead of?
Oh yeah, I considered it.
Okay, so what did you calculate that made you reject it?
I did not want to exchange pieces. I wanted to keep pieces on the board. That was why I did not take it. If I take
Okay.
That's what I saw. Okay. No, sorry.
No, you can just go back on it.
It's blurry right now. So takes what did I see safe? So I saw
Maybe queen e8.
queen to e8 from me.
Yeah, maybe to stop the.
I
Not d8, e8.
e8.
Yeah, to stop the queen from entering into d7.
My main reason for not taking that pawn was that I wanted to keep pieces on the board.
Okay, but we thought we were just going to we were trying to get maybe some material back, like rook
No.
times d4. You didn't want. You just wanted to get your knight to d5.
Yeah, okay, knight to d5 was also part of my plan, but yeah. I did not exchange basically because I don't want pieces off the board. And in the future, I'll plant my knight on d5. That was the plan.
You say you don't want pieces off the board, but why?
I think with pieces on the board, my drawing chances are higher. That was what I thought.
Okay. So bishop here. And then you maneuvered your knight to d5. And now it's looking a bit equal. It looks as if you have stabilized your position. Everything is not too bad. So where did it go wrong?
I felt like moving my knight from d5 was the blunder. I don't know.
But why did you move that? Or you were now trying to win because it seemed like you were going for knight to f5.
Yeah.
Okay. We're also wondering that if you wanted to do all that, you could have just first of all played h5.
h5 first.
To hold this so that your knight cannot get kicked away with g4. Like let's say you play h5 here or something like that. Doesn't really mean here, but if your knight ever goes here, then g4 is not, because it's just the knight is just nice here, and then it still puts pressure here, and then there's no problem. But when later you got your knight to f5,
I think that was the main blunder. Knight back.
Yeah.
To
Knight to e7. which
I was
allowed
getting too
this.
ambitious. Yeah.
You are already feeling like maybe you are ready to win here, but now the change of structure, the fact that this pawn is
It's
capturing,
more
yeah,
like,
and then that was then this G4 comes kicking the knight away. So yeah, knight E7, yeah. So
Yes.
maybe instead of that, you should have played what?
Maybe H5.
Okay,
Just
maybe,
hold the position here.
maybe
like-
H5, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what can your opponent do actually?
I don't know. Maybe G4. Okay, that pawn will fall. If she plays G4 here, I have to take.
Okay.
Coin takes.
Yeah, but that means you are trying to spoil her structure because it seems like you are the only one who can be better here.
Okay, so another thing that I think affected me, I wanted to play H5, but I was like, if I play H5, the position will be kind of open. I want to keep the position as locked as possible because I have that knight. So yeah, that was what I thought throughout. And I thought,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Okay, you know, because you want to secure some good squares for your knight, So if you play H5, for instance, you just clamp down on this G4 pawn, and yeah, and your knights would have the outposts on F5. Well, it's not completely an outpost; it's semi-outpost, so that when the knight gets to F5, you'll be able to put pressure on this pawn on D4, and then maybe who knows what can happen from there. But okay, so far, how is it playing against the best of the best female players in the country?
tough.
Tough.
I was lucky yesterday to get a draw in my second game.
Yeah, we saw that the game
Yeah.
against Onoja Yefo.
Very lucky. So yeah, it has been kind of tough and exciting too.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring up that game. Then you had your win. Before we go to your win, let's look at the game against Onoja Yefo, which was here. There was one question that I asked,
Why
and
did that take so long?
not even that. We were wondering why you did not play pawn to d5 here. That
Okay. Yeah, my first thought was like, why would I be giving up a pawn? But when I later analyzed it yesterday, I saw that getting my bishop to a better square was worth the pawn.
Okay. So you have analyzed the game already. Okay. So yeah, we were just wondering about that, and it seemed like it was a decent position from the opening, and then suddenly things fell apart.
Yeah, I
But-
missed F5. I don't know if it was a good move actually. When she played F5,
Yeah.
I missed it. I don't know if it was a good move.
Okay. So also there was a round one game which it seems like you just won this game. Like you had these nice central pawns and around this point, and then you were able to get your knight to d6.
Yeah. I was not expecting her to take on C4.
Yeah, but
I was already like out of preparation
Preparation,
when she took on C4.
so what would you have done, for instance, if you had played the move pawn to b4?
Pawn to B4. Okay, pawn to B4. I was planning on playing. Was he E5?
Oh, e5. Yeah. But
Pawn takes.
does that favor you?
What? I'll take the knight back.
Okay.
Sorry. think this was what I planned to play.
Okay, opponent takes on b2.
Then here.
But that queen captures.
Check. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay.
We're actually thinking we wanted to play knight a2.
Knight to a2.
Yeah, with the idea that
Okay, after
b4, knight a2. With the idea that if your opponent take on b4 and you would, all the pawns will liquidate and maybe to be equal pawns and stuff like that.
and she'll have like double C pawns.
Yeah. But yeah, the conversion, I think the towards the end of the game, we loved the way you converted the position. There was this maneuver you went for check, and then you played check, and then rook here, and then suddenly opponent's knight can move, and this thing is good. Okay, but before we let you go, do you have any opinion on this on the last game going on? Oh wow, it seems like someone is even completely winning already. Okay, white is just completely winning. Okay, so we actually, when we had you here, we had the position around this. Wait, no, we didn't have it. We had the position around this point. Yeah, around this point, and king f5, king e2. This was around the position where we had, but then suddenly it seems like king g4 was played, and white was able to make progress.
Was that a like drawn position?
FM Abdurrahman and I said FM Ajibola and I, we were looking at this idea that what happens in this position, like bishop captures, rook captures, and king captures, and he was advocating for this. I was trying to figure out if it was if that's the way to go. Yeah, but we thought maybe this might lead to a draw, or he thought maybe it might be good for white, but I thought maybe it leads to a draw. I don't see how you can easily make progress.
I think this is a drawn position.
Well, let's just confirm from the almighty engine. So it says 0-0. So yeah, it seemed like that would have been a draw. Just exchange pieces and capture the pawn. But sometimes, you know, it takes. You have to know your end games well. All right, Fabiano Carana fangirl, thank you very much for coming here to explain some things.
My pleasure.
We wish you the best in your next games.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So, you heard it. It seems like all the games are done. And
it seems, nope. Can you see something piece still battling
no,
that are interested in the game over there in the video?
no, that's the end.
Checkmated? Oh, that game is over. Let's call peace in. Let's bring peace in. Or what do you think?
Peace, yeah.
Yeah, let's go play.
All right, so we have the live video feed, and Samson Peace is about to win a game against Sandra, one of the young participants in the tournament. And yeah, we're waiting for. The only thing is just to avoid stalemate tricks. All you just need to do there is just be calm. Once you're calm, there is no how you won't win this game. So this should only be a matter of minutes now. Okay, I can see King H4 seems to have been played on the board. King H4 and just 2 or 3 more moves till checkmate. 2 or 3 more moves till checkmate.
Actually, it's not yet over. It's not yet over. They are still playing, I believe. It's been corrected.
Yeah.
But I don't know what she's.
But the video is.
Yeah, they're still playing. I don't know here. Well, just resign. Or maybe a stalemate can happen.
Maybe.
Just maybe.
Yeah, but easier if you're really trying to win this game easily. Like, there's not really to talk about, but king here will have been better because you want to drive this king towards
out. Yeah, so you bring the king closer.
And then you can just play here.
The
But
king
now,
anywhere.
if you go to the live one, the king doesn't have access to this square.
Yeah.
So it's a bit more. It will take a few more seconds than it should. But I believe.
And there's one more game going on.
One more game?
Yeah.
Who is
that? Mitchell is still playing.
No, but we thought that was going to be in a draw because.
But they are still playing. They are absolutely still playing. Both of them, I just came out of the order. Both of them are still playing.
I don't see how anybody wants to make progress. So there's nothing really to talk about here.
But probably they just agreed to a draw right now. But as at the time I entered, they were still playing.
Yeah.
So all the meals are done. Fantastic play today. Let's use this opportunity to give a special shout out to sponsors, Renaissance, Africa Energy Company. Thank you very much. Zenith Bank. Thank you very much. Indomie noodles. Of course, I saw them in the open section there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with their stand, they're already cooking. Unfortunately, I couldn't wait to, take a bite, that kind of a thing. But
We'll be there
once
during the
this
break.
is over right now, I'm dashing in there, taking like probably 4 plates of noodles because we need it for the next round.
Yes,
Yeah. And Lasena water, of course. Remember what?
No, of course, when you finish drinking, when you finish eating,
You take Lasena water to it, and you'll be able to
You know
see.
this now.
You'll be able to see moves.
You know this.
1 bottle, you'll be able to win under 14. 2 bottles.
You know this.
And we know what 30 bottles. Okay, yeah, of course. This is. I don't know. You should resign.
Well, I don't think so.
At this level, at this level.
I feel like there is no law against.
Yeah, of course, there's no law. Yeah, there's no law.
Just
But I feel at this level, you have that time to just go.
Sometimes the thing is that you probably felt like, especially this game where she had a draw, because at this point in time, she had the easiest of draws in the world. Let me take you back there. So here, after she captured her opponent's pawn on h3.
Yes,
knight
this
captured.
exchange. Yes, I saw this exchange.
Then after king here, the king goes to e2. Then just exchange here, like exchange all the pieces.
The king takes
Then
pawn.
take the pawn.
So now the thing is black. Wait, are you sure? Okay, yes. There is no way. Now I get it.
So king here, you just play king here.
King
and then
out.
you also push your pawn, and it's just a draw. I think I see them signing the score sheet now. It's just a draw. So probably, sometimes when you have lost a game, like you are losing a game like that, you start to think to yourself that, my
What did I
goodness,
do for a year now?
how did I miss that? Should we get
here?
peace into this?
Yeah, I'm saying, and I have to be very quick because these ladies, the way they run away from the chessboard is so fast. Even cheaters can't meet up with them. Before you know what's going on,
They're already,
they're already gone. I'm like, come on, I just saw you on the video right now. And what just happened? We are hopeful. At least this tackles the young man that said we've not been bringing the females to the live stream, and we're able to bring in at least more of them today for the very first time. Yeah, sure. Maybe we'll probably dedicate the live stream more to the females for tomorrow. So we can have maybe one of them, but at least like we've not been. I think there's some male players that we've not been opportunity to bring them in. Okipo Bartolomeo and. Lekela Musa. Even they could get goodness, but we'll have our chance. Yeah. Let me go get this lady.
Yeah. All right. We will be getting peace in the studio in a few minutes, a few seconds actually. We should be getting in the studio. At this point, there's a threat of checkmate. There's a threat of checkmate. So we have at 1:43 we are having peace in the house. She's about to explain to us how she ground down her opponent, in this end game. Because the game has taken a long time, we'll just maybe. Do you have any special points where you want to just talk about?
I don't have special points.
Okay,
What was the point you said she was winning?
let me say this point where it seemed like your opponent had I said draw.
Yes.
Like your opponent had a draw. What did you see it, or what were you thinking about then?
I wasn't going for the draw.
No, there was a point where your opponent just had a draw, like when you played knight captures on f3.
Okay.
And then after king f5, king e2, and then just bishop captures on f3.
Okay. Rook takes.
Rook takes. Rook takes.
Okay.
King a5. King takes.
King
Sorry.
takes. I didn't see this point.
You didn't see that your opponent could take it? Oh, okay.
I didn't see the draw there. I felt even if she captures, I felt I could still, but as it is, like her king is closer.
Yeah. Like king here. But even if a king is not close, like how do you make progress?
It's difficult because of this pass pawn.
Yeah, it seems like it's
I have to hold on to that pawn. I can't leave that pawn.
Because once you push the pawn, even if everything liquidates and it's a pawn. Yeah, we're wondering why she didn't play that. Maybe that was why she was regretting the things that happened. But we also liked the fact that this point in time, that's way back in the middle game. In time, you sacrificed the pawn and then you got your knight to d4. But your knight was very strong on d4. How were you feeling about that? Was it all planned?
No, I did it intentionally. I left the pawn because I wanted my knight to, from d4, maybe come here,
F3,
or I come here, then here to hope. I'm trying to get to the f6. So that's why I just left it.
Okay. We were thinking that you were trying to dominate this bishop, trying to show that the knight is stronger than the bishop. But you had violent intentions. You just wanted to checkmate your opponent's king.
Just wanted to just get the knights to
To-
near, closer to the king.
All right. So how many points are you on?
1.5.
1.5. All right. So the fight is tough. All right. So we'll not hold you too much. You have to go and rest, eat, and prepare for the next round. So thank you very much, Peace, for gracing us in this.
Peace out. Peace out.
Oh my goodness. Terrible puns, yeah. But okay, it was great. It was great seeing Peace. All right.
Thank you, darling. See you in the next round. Oh yeah, now go ahead. I don't know about that.
I really hope nobody heard that. All right, thank you very much. I think let me hand over to Chief Wales.
Yes, and here we go. We are going to have, again, a special shout out to Renaissance African Energy Company, and a special shout out to NNPC, who are also in partnership with them. Special shout out to Indomie, Lasena Channels, and Lagos State Sports Commission, and every other person that is supporting chess, this National Chess Championship. And the biggest shout out to Orchid Lekki Chess Club itself for making this happen. Sakule Cash, you've been avoiding, interview. Don't worry, we'll catch you very soon. You go nowhere. We'll bring him here. We'll bring him here very soon anyways. I'm in talks with the former president of the Chess Players Association of Nigeria, in person of Ayokomi Ajayi, who might probably be gracing us with her presence tomorrow. Yes, we're actually looking forward to it. And by this evening, we are hopeful our brother from Zambia, in person of Prince Melunga Daniel, Prince Daniel Melunga, let's make it right, because that's how the PDM flows, might be joining us on live stream this afternoon. Tactinos himself. And it will be a very, very fantastic duel between, duo, it's not a duel, it's a duo between, Lakutelo Rotimi, our very own, and PDM himself, clash of ideas. It's going to be fun, I can guarantee you that. Okay, so we'll go out there and bring the results, even from the junior section. I think they are almost going to their final round. We'll come and gist you about it during the next round. And a recap, Belemo Jeseka lost to Onojayefu. Abdusalam Azizat lost to Michael Bridget. At least she came here, you saw her, with a Lamentation 16:5 that she was reading to you guys, probably where she blundered. Arab Nwanko Michelle, actually we saw the draw. She was supposed to not play G4, and she played G4, and it was a draw. Imagine throwing away a 1 point. Now imagine it's a 3.1.0 point kind of scenario. It's gonna be so. I think they should look forward into that kind of scoring system for the next championship. Yeah, it's gonna be so. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's going to be explosive because it is 3. You lose. You don't want to lose. You have to win. Grill it out. I think they should look into it. I'll propose it.
Yeah, it really favors the person who is winning.
Exactly. But then that means you have to win. So that is it. Ajan Wachoko Yunis also was held or drill Quick Pen Deborah. And we also said the guy match was going to be tough. Yeah. And the other we saw it. Tori Shemuwa, after a loss yesterday, bounced back with the bangs, crushing one of the strongest players of this event, Sulaiman Azumi, 1-0, and Samson Peace just delivered the 1-0 loss. In fact, I saw the lady, Sandra, she hugged her coach, almost teary, kind of. It's okay, she has to bounce back. We wish her the best. We go back to the males as fast as possible. In the male category, we're seeing Akishaye and Balogun drawing it out. Feeding Master Bomo Kigiga with his home-cooked prep. Is it home-cooked prep or prepped cooked home or home-prepped cooked? Which one is it?
I think it didn't really matter.
It's prepped.
It delivered.
It's delivered. Sauce, spicy noodles, onion. Odion couldn't take it. Odurov couldn't take it, actually. That was fun anyways. Odurov lost to, with the white pieces this time around, to FM Kige Abomo, both former national champions. Okikpo hasn't found his foot. Is this, how many losses in a row? That's 2?
Yeah, it's not been easy. And this particular game, I heard his opponent, IM Elect Tennyson, came in and told us that he actually lost on time.
Yeah, he flagged at the
in a position where it was still possible to fight.
Yeah.
It was still possible to fight and put up some resistance. So,
and it's very strange. He's not the usual guy that flags. He's
but the position is actually tough. It was unclear if to capture or play King F7, how to proceed in that position. So I understand that.
Yeah.
So,
Anyways, that's a painful loss. So that's 2 losses and 1 draw, I believe. Yeah, that's 2 losses and 1 draw. Yeah, it's. Anyways, Ekuke Goodness lost to Callistus. That was an interesting fight, and I think the match of the day was actually Olanrewaju Ajibola versus Abdurrahman. That was explosive. That was, people didn't see that coming.
The Ajibola Olanrewaju was just able to win. All the structural changes that happened were in his favor, and then he played one powerful move, pawn to c4. And once his bishop was on c4 on that diagonal, it was just tough.
That was GG's. Anyways, and finally, the game between Keilake Musa and Tersee ended up in a draw. Keilake Musa, the games that he was supposed to probably had a better advantage yesterday against Papa, but Papa escaped. Probably played that well. Probably didn't play it well.
Papa
defended well and ended in a draw. Keilake Musa on 1 point, I believe. Two half points, 1 point. And let's hope maybe, some people like starting slow, then they build the momentum, then they while some people they rush, and they.
Yeah. Well, like FM Abdurrahman said yesterday, it's a marathon.
Yeah.
So it's only the 3rd round out of 11.
11 rounds, yes.
So still many rounds to go.
It's like 7. That's 8 rounds to go. Yeah, which we'll be enjoying the 4th round coming up by exactly 4 p.m. today. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. We really, really appreciate you. Special shout out to, let me mention some wonderful names in the link. J1, GMJ1, special shout out to you. Brave Dave, special shout out to Brave Dave. Special shout out to Damilari over here. Special shout out to, who else is there? A Fish Playing Chess 3132. Special shout out to you. Special shout out to Kere Alagua, Chess with Christ. Thank you guys very much for joining. We really appreciate you guys. We keep going because of you guys. And lots more people that joined that did not actually in any way say hello. They were just cruising and enjoying the analysis from the back there. Thank you very much for joining. God bless you guys. See you by 4 p.m. We'll remain sincerely yours. Over here is the wonderful, sexy-looking Black Victoria Duro TV. And that's how he blushes. Girls, that's how he does it. Just in case if you don't know, that's how he does it. His head is sweating at the moment. The moment I heard sexy. He's putting the work. He's doing the work. And over here,
the great arbiter, multi-talented rapper, streamer, Chief Wales.
Chief Wales. Okay, thank you very much, guys. See you in the next few hours. Bye for now. Cheers.
Okay. Aha. Okay. Aha. NCC 2025. The Band of Kings and Queens is going to begin this December. Let's check this out. Rihanna. A new era is coming. Can you feel the vibe? Just kings and queens, yes. They are on the rise. December 15th to 20th.